We're live.
Roll call in about 30 seconds. Okay, welcome to the February 3rd, 2021 edition of Community and Public Services Committee. I'm going to now do roll call. Councillor Nickel.
Present.
Good morning. Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Councillor Zadek.
Good morning.
I see you there. Good morning. All right, so to begin with, I guess we'll be calling this meeting to order. We've got the roll call. Can I get a motion to adopt the minutes, please?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, we'll just need to adopt the agenda first, please.
Oh, we haven't adopted the agenda. It's right there, right in plain view. Okay, let's do that. A motion to adopt the agenda.
So moved.
Oh, thank you. And let's see if everyone's e-scribe is open. Please vote. And mine is not coming through, so I am a verbal yes. I will log out and log in.
Yes. Yes.
So I'm glad I'm not the only one. All right.
No, the issue is on our end, and we're working to fix it now.
Oh, okay. So perhaps I didn't need to log out. Now I'm going to be logging right back in. And display the vote, please.
Oh, I'll say yes verbally. I thought it popped up and then left. So.
Oh, okay. All right.
I believe that's for verbal confirmations of yes, Mr. Chair.
That's what I've got too. Math is sometimes hard though. Okay, so that's great. Now, can I get a motion to approve the minutes from January 20th?
Yes, and obviously I'm sure that's going to be flagged, but the 5 of us weren't absent in our vote, or else we wouldn't be able to proceed with the meeting.
That's correct. It's just an error on our end.
Very good.
Yeah.
Excellent. Then I will move the, unless we just want to be done for the day, I'll move the adoption of the January 20th, 2021 Community and Public Services Committee meeting minutes.
Okay. And please vote. Should we try the machines again?
If we could do verbal for now, please, Mr. Chair.
Okay. I'm a yes.
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 And that is consensus. All right. So we have that going. Are there any protocol items? I didn't think so. So why don't we select items for debate? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Knack. Hop in anytime.
Thank you. I'll select items. I know we have speakers on 6.1 and 6.5.
Yeah, that's correct. Anyone else?
I'll do 6.2 for a few questions.
Okay. And it has been requested, so I will also pick 6.4 if there's no one else. And I guess that's all but one. And no one wants to. Oh, go ahead.
6.3.
6.3 is being chosen. Okay, there we go. All five. All right, so there's that.
I'll move the status reports.
Yeah, thank you. And there was a request to reschedule, but we'll finish those selecting items for debate, I guess. All right, so I guess those are all chosen. Do we need to vote on that?
We just need to vote on the revised due dates for the status reports, please.
Yeah, that's right. So do you need that to be read in, or are we good to go?
We can just do it as the omnibus motion for items 5, 1, and 2.
Okay, perfect. All right,
So moved.
thank you. And please vote.
Yes.
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 Oh, popped up.
Oh, there it is. Okay. And but we'll just keep moving on. I think that's unanimous. Clerks, you agree?
Yes, that's all 4 votes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And at this point, we do have a number of people requesting to speak. And if no one else has the list, I can read it out. All right, I'll just read that out. Okay, so recommend that Community and Public Services Committee hear from the following speakers and panels when appropriate on item 6.1, innovative funding strategies to build, operate, and maintain recreation centers. We've got, and please correct me when you come to speak if I pronounce your name wrong, Matt Bakowicz from the Active Communities Alberta Society, Raj Mami from A1 Athletic Facility, Julie Kusik, Friends of Skona Rec, Kirsten Goa, Friends of Skona Rec, Elaine Soles, Friends of Skona Rec, speaking on behalf of Diana Staley, and Joe Huco and Serena Lutz. And then on item 6.5, Bylaw 19553, amendments to prohibit the feeding of wildlife, we've got Garth Ukranitz, Charles Richard from Sierra Club, great, and Karen Nelson, voice for Animal Society, and Christine Kowalchuk. So got a whole cast here today. So that is my, I move that we hear from those speakers, and please vote.
We have all the votes.
Whenever you're ready, display the vote. Yeah. And that is passed unanimously. Okay. So we also have some requests for time specific on the agenda. And those requests would be 6.4, Edmonton's approach to supportive housing at 1:30. But I believe that would be the first item. And then the second item would be 6.1, innovative funding strategies to build, operate, and maintain recreation centers. So 6.4 and 6.1 after lunch. Are there any objections to that? If not, please vote.
And sorry, Mr. Chair, those have been set by Agenda Review Committee, so we don't need to move and vote on those.
Oh, we don't even need to, okay. Hey, that's perfect. So we dealt with that a couple days ago. Fantastic. All right. So moving on. Councillor inquiries. I believe there's one, but we can wait till later to do that because let's just get the show on the road. So at this point, I'm going to pause for a moment before we move on. And I'm going to make a treaty acknowledgement because usually I kind of rush through it. And so today we're going to maybe give it its appropriate weight. And I've read this one before. Here we go. So on occasion, council or committee will offer a treaty acknowledgement to begin the proceedings. This is in response to the 94 recommendations made by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. To many, it can come across as rote, as a signal of virtue, or simply checking a box or something to just do and get over with. There are almost ritual words now that we can anticipate. So today I'd like to offer something a little different. I would like to offer, in a brief and small way, an explanation of why we offer treaty acknowledgements and what it actually means for all of us. Considering that we were on the tail end of Victoria Day, I should probably read what I'm reading before I do it. Considering that we've begun Black History Month, and that is tied in so closely with Indigenous history in Canada, it seems appropriate to talk about these agreements made with Canada or the British Empire on behalf of Her Majesty the Queen. To begin, the numbered treaties in Canada were signed over a period of decades across much of this nation. Indeed, they can be considered the founding documents of this country, the legal apparatuses that allow Canada as we know it to exist. They were signed not in culmination of war, but as a founding and certainty of peace. Treaty 6 was agreed to by two different peoples with two very different worldviews. Municipalities, provinces, and the federal government are bound by the language of laws. The English language is a noun-based language that by its nature lends itself to the concept of physical time-based ownership. The Cree language is a verb-based language that, while certainly has laws and nouns, is more focused on action, relationships, and an understanding of cycles and impermanence. As you can imagine, this led to two entirely different understandings of what the words of treaty conveyed. This difference could have led us to fundamentally important understandings and concepts, and in many ways one could argue it did. However, it also led to some of the most terrible acts we can imagine that led to many of the social ills we see today when we think of Canada and First Nations and Métis people. This was in large part due to the Indian Act, a rarity in that it is a solely race-based piece of legislation and a fundamental tool by which treaties were weakened. The following are some of the impacts of the Indian Act, and this is by no means a comprehensive list. The Indian Act denied women status. It introduced residential schools. It created reserves or reservations, renamed individuals with European names, and restricted First Nations from leaving the reserve without permission from an Indian agent. The pass system was a policy endorsed by the government. It was never an order in council or regulation, but it was definitely designed to keep First Nations on the reserve and enforced. It physically relocated a reserve away from a municipality if it was deemed expedient. It also denied First Nations people the right to vote. It forbade First Nations from farming or forming political organizations. It forbade First Nations from speaking their native language. It forbade First Nations from practicing their traditional spirituality. It forbade Western First Nations from appearing in any public dance, show, exhibition, stampede, or pageant wearing their traditional regalia. And it declared potlatch, sundance, round dance, and other cultural ceremonies illegal. The Indian Act imposed great personal, economic, and cultural tragedy on First Nations, many of which continue to affect communities, families, and individuals today. These acts of genocide did not just occur in the past, but their echoes persist. More than half of the children in care in Canada are Indigenous. First Nations, Métis, and Inuit women and girls continue to go missing in a country where they represent a small percentage of the overall population, but a disproportionately large percentage of crimes committed against them. The majority of ills are a direct result of generations of abuse, neglect, and dishonoring of treaty agreements at the hands of the federal and other governments. Many people feel resentful when they hear these sobering statistics and more. They should not. No one here is to blame. But Canada has been the beneficiary of this colonialism, and making treaty acknowledgements are one way by which we begin to heal this relationship so we might prosper together. Our yesterdays have been determined. Our tomorrows are waiting for us to decide. I will add at this point that everything that happened was technically legal. The law can control a person's autonomy. It can control their body, their right to express themselves, and to the freedom to live and love as they feel they should. And what I have just listed are very clear examples of what oppression truly looks like. Not imagined, not an inconvenience, but very real impacts. As I give this acknowledgement, I would ask you to reflect on the power and purpose of government, the power and purpose of citizen engagement, and the power and purpose of living up to our oaths of office to serve everyone to the best of our ability, with due diligence, with integrity, with honesty. Hi, and thank you. So, moving on. I believe we have a slide deck for item 6.1.
Councillor, that's the item for this afternoon.
Oh my goodness, thank you. So, let's move straight into graffiti fines and resolutions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just quickly introduce our delegation from administration. We have David Aiken, our branch manager of community standards and neighborhoods. Also from Mr. Aiken's branch, Keith Scott, director. We also have Andrew Jabs, Capital City Cleanup, and Edward De Sosa from Roadway Maintenance. So with that, Mr. Aiken does have a few introductory comments, and then we can go to questions.
Thanks, Rob. Mr. Chairman, members of committee, councillors, on August the 21st, 2019, a report was presented to this committee on the restrictions for spray paint canisters and looking to reduce graffiti in Edmonton. At that meeting, a motion was adopted for administration to return with options for bylaw amendments related to people who carry out acts of graffiti, including increased fines and other alternate solutions. Discussions at committee also included requests for an environmental scan for bylaws in other municipalities, in addition to options to increase programming to reduce graffiti here in Edmonton. The report presented today looks to align Edmonton's bylaw legislation and penalties similar to that of a number of other municipalities by focusing on the graffiti tagger and penalties holding them accountable. This report also provides updates in graffiti programming, provides a bylaw amendment recommendation that includes a significant fine for anyone caught creating graffiti. The bylaw amendment will provide more options to enforcement agencies, in addition to the current education and initiatives administration has in place to reduce graffiti. With that, happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay, thank you very much. Before we continue, I just noticed that we have a number of councillors joining us, and so I'd like to quickly get them, but I can't see the list, so I'm going to do my best to name them if I see them. And that is, we've got Councillor Henderson here. Good morning. We've got Councillor Banga. Good morning. And if I miss anyone, please speak up because I can't see your name. Oh, there we go. Councillor Walters, I see you there. And is that everyone?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Councillor McKean here as well.
And Councillor McKean, good morning. I'm so glad that you've been able to join us today. Okay, so questions for administration?
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you. So I think it's a very sensible report, and I appreciate the work completed to bring it to this stage. Just a few questions. So for the graffiti removal process, can you explain the steps required for a business to acquire the city funding for the option of removing the graffiti? And I seem to recall when I was on CSLAC, there was a shop owner on White Avenue that gave up from removing graffiti because it seemed every day that he did it, the next evening it would come back. So just that's I just wanted to say that first. But what are the steps for someone to get money to remove graffiti?
Councillor Zadick, I'll ask our program manager, Mr. Jabs, to respond to that question.
Okay.
Hi, Councillor and members of the committee. In response to your question about the professional graffiti cleaning grant, it's basically a three-step process. There's an application form that is submitted, which will include some photographs. There is a police report that is required to be submitted to the Edmonton Police Service. And from there, we use our professional graffiti cleaning contractor to respond to the graffiti and make sure that it gets cleaned up. Our professional graffiti cleaning grant is available for $750 per year worth of professional graffiti cleaning. And that's from January to December, and it resets each calendar year.
So thank you. Is the police report required just to prove that it's graffiti?
The police report is there to collaborate with our police partners because there's certainly some involvement for them to do some of the enforcement work. And it's also to help us just legitimize that, in fact, the graffiti is there and it's a concern.
Okay. Yeah, I think if you were looking at cutting out some red tape, possibly that could be something that you look at, because I think there's, in many cases, it's objectively graffiti, and perhaps the police could come in if they needed to do something else. But thanks for that. So $750 a year. How often are we hearing that is maxed out? Because again, for these troublesome spots, I'd imagine it's a frequent occurrence, but in other places it might be once a decade where they get some graffiti.
So the report, Councillor, points out that on average, the amount of money does around 3 applications for graffiti removal, and then it's exhausted depending on the size. The report also talks to that around 78%, 80% of the graffiti that what we do see out there is what we consider to be the smaller type of graffiti, under 2 square feet. And so it is well utilized. I think from its inception, the last 4 or 5 years, we've seen close to 1,500 applications. We have seen a rise in applications in 2019 when we studied that, and certainly we're always trying to improve that program. And as the report points out, with the addition of winter removal, that allows not for the graffiti to build up in that sort of broken windows type of situation where more graffiti gets more graffiti. So I think the expansion of that program, both summer and winter, will be a positive piece. But as you know, where it's continuous re-tagging of a situation, then we have to look at other options, and that's where we can consider the mural program and other things like that.
Thank you. What are some of the common complaints from the business community when they apply for this grant? Have they identified any parts of the process that could be refined?
Yes, so some of the feedback that we've had is from the business community is that we've identified some language barriers, for example. So the application and the police reporting requirements, there have been some challenges with navigating that. And so we've looked to establish better relationships with our business community. So, for example, working with our Chinatown Business Association to just sort of improve the awareness of the application process and to have people help out with applying if the need is there.
Thanks. I have some time on the clock, but I think my time started late. So I'll just end by saying it seems to me that there's still some process improvements that could occur, but overall, really appreciative of what you've done and where you've brought this program and the introduction of the proposed changes. I'll be supportive. Thanks. That's all.
Okay, thank you. We've got a committee member on the list, so if there's no objections, I'd like to go to Councillor Nicol.
Mr. Aiken, can you define to me what timely fashion for a property owner to remove graffiti is?
That's a good question, Councillor. So as you know, every situation is case by case. We seek voluntary compliance from landowners as the BIAs and the business owners make us acutely aware that they're the victim, and we completely understand that. And so we always seek to gain voluntary compliance, educate them that it is there if it's been brought to our attention by someone else other than themselves. We provide them with the introduction to the professional services that they can take advantage of. We provide them the sufficient timeframes to have it removed, and we work with the property owner to get it removed. So when it comes to how much time, it really depends on the time of year, summer or winter, the size of the graffiti, utilization of the program, or simply us providing them the removal kits ourselves. So there's the number of factors.
Mr. Aiken, give me a window. Is it 10 days? Is it a 10 to 30 days? Is it a 1 day to 6 months? What's the window?
So I'll ask our program manager to answer that question, Andrew.
So with respect to the professional graffiti cleaning application, when an application has been made to remove graffiti, we will have our contractor out there, as soon as possible. The expectation, I cannot see how it would take longer than 2 weeks for that, unless there was some sort of an exceptional circumstance.
Okay, thank you. That's great. I just needed 2 weeks. Oh, we need it, guys. So tell me, how far does $750 get us with graffiti removal? For example, if you price it on a square foot basis, and does that $750 cover what in terms of graffiti removal?
So that is the grant maximum, the $750. And as Mr. Jabs pointed out, it's reset each year. On average, that does 3 cleanings. We know that close to 80% of the graffiti out there is considered small in nature. So that is under 2 square feet. So you can appreciate that a lot. And most of that graffiti is, in fact, by what we consider to be plain graffiti, like markers and things like that. So it's not difficult to remove. And it's done fairly quickly, given that the majority of them is that smaller in nature one. It's where you get the larger ones that are contextual, stylized, where it's different types of paints, not markers. So the report points out that on average 3 applications of professional cleaning services is the midpoint of what they can expect.
Oh, okay, yeah, it's good, because when I talk to business owners, and we're having some problems on the north end of my ward, how much it covers and that kind of situation. So that's good to know, because it's good to describe to them what kind of product or service they're getting. So we have 10 communities that are frequently impacted. Is that not correct, Mr. Aiken? So are we increasing patrols in those areas to catch the people in this because for some folks, this is getting quite out of control?
Well, absolutely, Councillor. We hear you loud and clear. As the report points out, that not only have we identified those 10 areas where we've seen a significant increase in complaints, we've also adjusted our auditing of those neighbourhoods, and where we've dropped 7, where we've seen a reduction, and we've increased. We've actually added that to the audit list to ensure that we have a good understanding of the nature and type and numbers of graffiti. And obviously with that comes the realignment of our own staff to do more patrols, advise the Edmonton Police Service, and now potentially with the additional tool of an increased fine, that we can see some change in the number of graffiti vandalisms within those communities.
David, I see the Calgary fines are quite, we're basing it kind of off the Calgary model. Has it had a material impact for in your review in terms of Calgary, in terms of just the increasing the fines?
I think, to be honest, when it comes to the deterrent value, I think so, anecdotally. When it comes to the number of tickets that they've actually issued, they don't report that they have issued a lot given how high it is. And so there's always a balancing act with establishing a fine amount, proportionality, severity of the offense, deterrent value, which is what we're really hoping to do, but also sanction or punishment. So it's got to hit all of those marks. And so, our administration's recommendation of $1,000, we think seems to hit all those markers without being so high that there's a reluctance to issue fines, but enough to
just with my last second, David. So if we're going to increase the fines, but we're not sure, we don't have material evidence. It may or may not have an impact that we can measure at this point.
Well, it'd be our job to certainly look at the number of graffitis. I think we can, over time, we report back from our audit and our information from our enforcement staff and Edmonton Police Service, what sort of response we get. 2020, we saw a reduction in graffiti, but obviously we think COVID had an influence there. But certainly if the fine is increased, we will monitor and measure that, and we can certainly report back on what we think is the improvement in the numbers or a reduction in graffiti.
Thanks, David.
All right, thank you, Councillor Nicol. Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, so just to be clear here, in actual fact, the only thing that's changing in the bylaw is we're now giving ourselves the power to give out tickets and do fines for the perpetrator, correct? Everything else has been in place now for probably close to 10 years, correct?
Yes, that's fairly accurate, yes.
Yeah, and I understand, and it's been a point of tension all the way along, that it does feel really churlish to have to find the victim. But the reality is, we know the faster you clean it off, the less likely there'll be further proliferation, which is why what we want to do is get people to clean it off as quickly as possible, which is in their interest and in our interest and in their neighbor's interest, correct?
Exactly.
Yeah. So the major reason for doing this is, up until now, the only people, and it was a criminal charge, who could deal with the miscreants were the police. We had no ability to intervene. We had no tool to intervene. That's correct, right?
That is correct. The Criminal Code of Canada under mischief was the tool that the police used. This gives us another tool in the toolbox.
So the major advantage to this bylaw now is it means that our bylaw officers can intervene. We don't have to wait for the police to come along to catch someone in the act to use the criminal charge, correct? This will give us another way of charging people without having necessarily to involve the police.
That is correct.
And that should really increase the number of eyes we can have on this and the number of people we can hopefully catch doing what has always been against the law and continues to be against the law. Yeah?
Yeah, with the additional staff that we have in the field, it certainly creates an increase in capacity if we witness it, and then they have the tools to respond to it.
To do something which they couldn't have done before. They would have had to call the police would have had to catch them in the act, and then, yeah. So I guess my question then is, now that we have this tool, how aggressive we're going to be using it? I mean, do we have the people on the ground? Are we going to be putting programs in place to actually try and catch more people in the act, and use the tool that we're now giving ourselves?
That's a good question. I think that's a conversation that we'll have with our partners over at the Edmonton Police Service in how to utilize that tool. As you know, our Capital City Cleanup Program is focused on those areas that we're seeing an escalation in graffiti, understanding the type of graffiti, improving our education and awareness. But that data analytics piece is certainly important for staff deployment. So as part of our mandate, yes, we will be advising and informing and educating our own staff, so as they roll out into those communities, to keep an eye for that. So the hope is that we can catch some of these individuals and send a broader message to the community that it's unacceptable.
Well, I would really encourage, once we give ourselves this tool, I would really encourage us to use it. I think, as I recall from the last report, and so correct me if I'm wrong on this, of this last year being an aberration, and I think you're right. If it's calmed down, it's because no one's out and about. But we were seeing a real proliferation a year and a half ago, particularly in the wintertime. So this problem was, having got on top of it for a while, seemed to be getting much worse again, and that's why we felt we need to give ourselves these tools. So I would really hope, when do we think we'll get the bylaw? Will we have it for this summer?
I think so. So I don't think it's a particularly tough bylaw amendment. So certainly administration can bring that back in fairly quick order.
Great. Well, I would love to see it come back quickly, and then I would really love to see us do, if there's a mechanism for us to be proactive and use it. I think, this is getting away from us again, and I think we're going to have to put some focus on slapping it back again, because we know if it gets out of hand, if it gets away from you, it's much, much harder to deal with. So thank you very much for this. I look forward to getting the bylaw.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Banga, go ahead, and welcome.
Thank you. Couple questions in regards to, I guess, the offenders getting caught. Is for a bylaw officer to fine somebody, do they have to find this person committing the offense, or what are the conditions?
So we have Sarah Davis from our law branch on the line, I believe. Maybe she can answer that question for you, Councillor.
Certainly. Good morning, Councillor and members of committee. Councillor Banga, our bylaw officers have the authority under the enforcement bylaw to choose to issue a ticket for an offense. And so I would imagine in the event that they observed the offense happening, then they could use their discretion as to whether to proceed with issuance of the ticket ordinance.
Okay, so again, I think we're still going to be calling the police there, and again, for them to do anything, it has to be the same thing. So why go through that extra step of calling police when our bylaws folks will do the same thing? They can attest to the fact that yes, somebody is doing a graffiti, and that person is already caught and has been fined. So is there a need for police to respond there any further?
So Councillor, that's a good question. I think what we've learned at our time with the enforcement is that, as you will know, with the Criminal Code of Canada and the mischief charges, it's a much bigger hammer to wield, and we've been quite successful involving the police in connecting the taggers and hundreds, if not thousands, of tags across the city over a period of time. And so the initial bylaw offence may be insignificant, where the court has meted out a much higher fines, given that it's not a single graffiti vandalism, but it's related, or it's the same person doing many. So I think that's why the value of sharing that data and information with the police is important to connect, because they like to sign their handiwork, and so we can hold them accountable not just for one incident but many. So, and if we feel appropriate, we can ask the police for their support for criminal code charges rather than bylaw charges, where it's a youth doing it and it's a marker and it doesn't necessarily weight a criminal charge. And so I think it's a question of the circumstances, the prolific nature of that individual, and connecting the dots, which direction we choose to pursue relative to enforcement.
So knowing the teeth of our criminal justice system, I can probably guess how mischief under 5,000 charge is a deterrence. But anyway, that's beside the point. And my next question would be, is at some places there is graffiti and people call it art, and some places graffiti is graffiti. How do we distinguish that?
So in our audit report, there are two types: contextual or stylized, which represents around 22% of the graffiti that we see. If my numbers are correct, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, around 72% is what we call plain or marker pen, permanent marker type of graffiti that's small in nature. We realize that some people do see graffiti as an art form. And so, over our time that, graffiti walls and murals and things like that, suggesting that if they want to be a real artist, there are platforms, mechanisms and vehicles to express that rather than doing it on private property where you don't have a permission. It's not supported, and oftentimes it just gathers other graffiti there. So, yes, it's always been a debatable issue of is it art or is it just vandalism? We take the perspective where you don't have a permission from the landowner. It is vandalism, graffiti vandalism, and we need to take steps to have it removed.
Thank you. And my final question is the other jurisdictional areas that had increased the fines. Do we learn anything from their experience? Did the incidents go down or they stayed the same, went up? Is there a deterrence increasing the fines?
Well, $5,000 would certainly scare me into not going out there. But a lot of times, some of the individuals, don't follow the news or unaware of the ramifications of that act. We are following Calgary, and obviously $5,000 sounds like a big deterrent, but what we do know, and we looked at some of the options: $5,000, $2,500, and $1,000. And, based on the wisdom from our law branch and our own enforcement data, and knowing that, it sounds good as a deterrent, but it also has to have some teeth for application. And so if there's a reticence or a reluctance to actually issue those $5,000 fines, then it limits its value. So we think we've picked a middle ground where it will serve to be proportional to the severity of the offense, that it'll act as a significant deterrent for anyone for $1,000, and also it's a significant sanction or punishment, if you'd like, that sort of we need to meter out, and it's an easier tool to use. But we also have additional tools in the toolbox relative to egregious types of tagging where we can link it to a number of others, and so we can continue to oscillate between the tools that we have to be appropriate to the offense that we find.
All right, a comprehensive answer. Thank you, Councillor Banga. I think you're out of time. And Councillor Knapp, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just one more question for me. So where, this ties a little bit into Councillor Banga's question around, what's defined as graffiti, and you've identified that, where it's essentially private property, they don't have permission. Where we notice, because obviously we track where we're seeing it, and if we're noticing areas or large concentrations, and maybe this already happens, I just don't know the answer to this, is that do we look if there are areas of high concentration to setting up, quote unquote, a legal street art wall or something that would try to encourage people who are looking to express themselves in a place where it's actually legal or permitted and not on somebody's private property, or is that something we've examined in the past?
So I'll ask our program manager to answer that question, Councillor Knack. Andrew?
Sure.
Thank you, sir. Thanks, Councillor, for the question. With respect to what is commonly identified as a graffiti free wall, there are some that are currently offered in the City of Edmonton. The Arts Council oversees that, and there's a location specifically just off of 95th Street, and it would be just near the railroad tracks where that's offered. In the past, there were some other endorsed free walls that the city had, that our program had been involved with, and the information that we had, I don't have it directly in front of me, but anecdotally, it had suggested that the free walls themselves weren't actually an effective deterrent for graffiti. And so what we had noticed was that you would see incidents of graffiti increase in and around the areas where the free wall was. So sure, the free wall was being used, but it was also resulting in increased graffiti on the way to the free wall, if you will.
Okay, but that's helpful. I didn't. Yeah, it's good to have that context. That was all I was curious about. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Knack. I've got a quick question following up on that, and that is, there are examples of these sort of spontaneous sort of installations where we see, for example, on the south side, the underpass, where we've got all of that beautiful graffiti, basically, that is not sanctioned, but is a big draw for folks. They're coming to take photos, they're coming to enjoy our infrastructure, and I'm just wondering if we see things like that that are not actually impacting any local businesses or community enjoyment, but actually are an addition to what people enjoy about their community. Are we looking at possibly sort of sanctioning that?
Thanks, Councillor, or Mr. Chair. It's a good question, and you'll note what I can speak to is there was an initiative that the Old Strathcona Business Association. There was an approach that they took last year where they worked with business owners who had their storefronts barricaded, right, or plywood installed over top. They were boarded up. And they came up with some really creative art installations as a way of sort of animating the space and making it look a little bit more appealing. And so there's certainly some merit that we're looking at to expand that program itself. So this year, for example, we see opportunities to instead of just putting up boarded like plywood sheets to use some art, right? So we can work with, for example, some youths or some of our vulnerable community who are perhaps using temporary shelter locations to give them an opportunity to do some art, to spend some of their time in a meaningful way, and then to take some ownership in the community by having that art that they've created installed, throughout the city. So that's an initiative that we're looking at building on this year to offer through our Capital City Cleanup Program, and not just to build off of what the good work that the Old Strathcona Business Association did.
Right. Okay. It's interesting. It's a question that's not going to go away, and I think everyone recognizes that there is a massive difference between these sort of taggers and people who are actually creating something artistic but don't know where to actually apply that outlet. So again, specific though to that area that I referenced, I mean, does the city have any plans to go in and like repaint or paint over all of that work that's already existing that's drawing people to the area?
So, Councillor, that is a bit of a slippery slope when it comes to, that approach of taking it down or not taking it down. We do know that 8 to 10% of graffiti that we find is on city assets. Again, majority of it is not stylized or contextual. So, and certainly other cities around the world, really advocate the graffiti and the beauty of it, and it's a tourist attraction in some cities that I've been lucky enough to go to. So it is an interesting question. I don't have a definitive answer for you now, other than the city didn't provide the permission. We have to look at that community piece, but also understand the greater context of city assets that we have, and that type of graffiti, and whether it will remain or not, and what message does that send, and we need to be consistent with that. So I don't have an answer for you now. We can certainly look at that and bring back some additional information for you.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, it's interesting because I've also seen in other cities where communities have formed their own registry saying, come paint my garage. So I guess we'll see where that goes. But otherwise, I have no other questions. Anyone else? No? Okay. Can I get a motion to move the recommendation?
So moved.
Oh. All right. Thank you. I don't know who that was. I think it was Councillor Andrew Zadek.
It can go to.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Councillor. So I guess that was Councillor Knack. And please vote.
Yes.
We have all the votes.
All right. Please display the vote. And that is carried unanimously. And let us now move on to item 6.3.
So just to introduce this item, Mr. Chair, we do have staff here from our Community and Recreation Facilities branch, as well as from the IIS department. Administration had previously received approval from council to use the TELUS Field Capital Reserve Funds to address drainage issues that have caused water damage inside Remax Field, and to ensure the infield drainage solution is considered as part of the artificial turf replacement project, which is being led by Baseball Edmonton, who are the new facility operators. So administration in this report has prepared a municipal improvement agreement permitting Baseball Edmonton, through their consultant, to lead the artificial turf replacement and structural work that is the city's responsibility. City will provide, through IIS, oversight to the project and contribute financially to cover the costs of the city's work up to a maximum of $1 million. So the value of this agreement exceeds the delegated authority. So administration is before committee today seeking committee approval to enter into the agreement. We can go to questions now, Mr. Chair.
Understood. All right, Councillor Nicol, go ahead.
So, Rob, let's talk a little bit about the flooding issue. And I've had some people ask some questions whether regards to, did we have flooding issues prior to we put in the artificial turf?
Maybe I'll ask Mr. Jevney to weigh in on that one. I believe so, but he would have maybe more details.
Council, I'm not sure the extent of the flooding before the turf. That goes back a while. We can get you an answer for that one, though.
Well, I just think, Roger, that, you know, given that 25 of most of our diamonds, 30 diamonds, are used natural grass, I was just curious as to was the bladder essentially causing as it hardens over time, right? Was it causing now it to become impermeable and thereby causing a greater drainage problem? That's my question. Have you looked at the fact that maybe grass is better than putting the hardened plastic in?
Maybe Pascal can weigh in on that one? From IIS?
Sure. Thank you, Rob and Councillor, for the question. So some of the flooding issues are actually linked to the bleachers and the way the water is being drained from the bleachers into the field and into the drainage system. And so,
so it's a slope issue?
I'm sorry?
Slope issue?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you correctly.
Is it a slope issue, ma'am?
Oh, sorry. No, it is not a slope issue. It's we have some joints that are have failed, and so the joint sealants have failed. Oh. And so right now, a large portion of the work that's needed is to replace those joints and ensure that the drainage system of the bleachers is functioning correctly.
Okay, that explains a bit to me. I was just, if there was an option to put grass back and thereby improve the drainage of the site, natural means, it's always kind of, would it not strike you as a preferable option? But you're saying you've looked at that and that's probably not the course.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good question. Councillor Walters.
Thanks. So just following up on that a little bit, those are good questions. It's not uncommon, though, of course, for baseball facilities to have artificial turf and functional drainage systems. So they can work well, of course.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. And so I appreciated your answers to that. My other question was just on the funding. So our share of it comes from an existing open spaces composite program, and it's just a sort of different allocation of how we use that composite to support our side of the deal here.
That's correct. So the money is coming from the renewal composite that would be associated with our investment in our open space facilities.
Okay, great. And does that have to go to council, or is committee good to do it today?
Council would approve that earlier, Councillor Walters, as well as the transfer of the Remax fund reserve into that composite.
This is just the amount being over the delegated authority.
Yeah, to do the agreement with Baseball Edmonton.
Okay, I got it. Thanks. That's all I had.
All right, thank you. I don't see any other questions. Does anyone want to move the recommendation?
Sure, I'll move it. Oh, sorry.
Oh, perfect. Thank you, Councillor Knack. Any closing statements? Not seeing any. Let's vote.
Yes.
We have all the votes.
All right, please display the vote. And that is unanimously carried. Okay, thank you very much. We'll now move to item 6.5, Bylaw 19553, amendments to prohibit the feeding of wildlife.
Just briefly introduce our delegation. Mr. Aiken is back, and with him is John Simmons from Community Standards and Neighborhoods. We also have from the Law Branch, Christina Hodgson can answer your questions. So it might be over to Mr. Aiken to walk through a couple of high-level points for committee.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rob. Administration doesn't have a formal presentation for today's item. However, we would be happy to provide a brief overview of the bylaw amendment report and accompanying bylaw that we are sharing with you today. This is a council-driven bylaw change that is designed to improve bylaw enforcement effectiveness when dealing with problematic wildlife matters or other behaviors that create or lead to nuisance conditions or public safety concerns. The proposed amendment are to three bylaws: the Community Standards Bylaw, the Public Places Bylaw, and the Parkland Bylaw. It will also allow administration to remediate land or nuisance conditions and recover the costs of remedial action under the Municipal Government Act if required. The changes before committee today in council will focus on two areas: property conditions and the behavior of individuals. This amendment creates a new definition for wildlife, so there's no ambiguity when dealing with inappropriate feeding, depositing of food, attractants, or activities in relation to wildlife on public or private property. And that's outlined, property conditions are outlined in the bylaw. The amendment will also clearly establish a fine amount and allow for remedial cost recovery. With that, happy to answer any questions, but I know we have some speakers.
All right, thank you very much. And we do indeed have a panel of speakers, and that would be Garthy Kranitz, Charles Richard, Karen Nelson, and Christine Kowalchuk. And as you know, most of you have been here before. You have 5 minutes to speak. After you're done speaking, as a panel, councillors may have questions for you, and after which we will move to questions of administration. We ask that you refrain from using the chat function as it interrupts the easy flow of the clerk's workflow. And other than that, you may feel free to time yourself. I will also set up a timer. And the floor is now yours, Garth Ukranitz. I saw him log in a little bit earlier. If you are still here, you may have to unmute yourself. If you called in, the clerks will have walked you through how to do that. But as we are waiting, let's move on to, I keep wanting to say Charlie. Charles Richard, go ahead. And...
Am I on?
Oh, you are indeed.
It's Charlie Richmond. Shame on you. You should remember me.
Charles, and I didn't want to be disrespectful, so go ahead.
Okay. Good morning. It's been a while. I'm speaking for Sierra Club Canada, Edmonton, regarding concerns over the proposed bylaw. And I'd first like to express a personal appreciation for Chairman Paquette's explanation on the history behind the standard acknowledgement with respect to First Nations. Thank you. To be clear from the outset, Sierra Club Canada has a long record of supporting federal and provincial statutes, regs, and city bylaw, which foster conservation. We're big fans of our rangers in matters regarding enforcement of local environmental bylaw. And we also much appreciate the contribution of Professor Cassidy St. Clair's research, which informs the intent behind this bylaw. I've in fact contributed a coyote carcass from my yard to Professor St. Clair. Our criticism of the draft bylaw is not with its intent, but its wording, which in this case we believe renders it effectively unenforceable or worse. We suggest instead a rewording into a short alternative which captures the intent without compromising its effectiveness, hopefully increasing it. And the even more effective tool for compliance, that's education. Bad bylaw works against the best protections, environmental protections. That's probably true for any bylaw. Okay, so we live in the woods with a 190-foot boundary adjacent to natural parkland where there are many visitors who ignore the property line: squirrels, deer, hares, woodchucks, porcupines, bats, birds, and occasionally itinerants. Coyotes regularly trot across the yard several times a week on their way from the ravine and up the street to visit nearby residences in search of kitty cats, hares, and perhaps fruit. Okay, so what's wrong with the proposed bylaw? Mainly section 6.3. It states a person shall ensure on land they own or occupy that A, any fruit or berries that have fallen from a tree and are attracting wildlife are removed from the ground. Hello? Was there a problem?
I think someone might have their mic on. Please continue.
Okay.
If you are not speaking, please mute yourself.
Okay. Any fruit or berries that have fallen from a tree and are attracting wildlife are removed from the ground within 3 days and is stored outdoors only in a sealed container. And B, any bird feeder containing bird feed, suet, or nectar is suspended on a cable or other device in such a manner that it's inaccessible to wildlife rather than squirrels and birds in the area below. Any bird feeding devices or activity is kept free of accumulations of seeds and similar attractants, etc. It's authored by someone with coyotes on his mind, no doubt. Yes, coyotes are seasonal frugivores. Check out their poop in late fall. Does Section A demand I remove my native Alberta rose bushes, Rubus parviflora, thimbleberry, and gooseberries? Well, one could argue they're not trees. How about my 15-foot Saskatoons or mountain ash? I see Mr. Coyote browsing on all of these, including their fallen fruit. More importantly, does this obligate the city to remove all fruit-bearing trees and bushes from its natural areas? Turning a page. Perhaps they mean horticultural fruit trees and unknown hybrid crab apples spread by coyotes, spread into our river valley and ravines as well. Am I obligated to remove fallen crab apples from the trees in adjacent ravine lands, or would that be breaking another bylaw? The invocation of a strict time parameter, 3 days, is particularly amusing. While the bylaw officer may return after warning the offender to ensure the fallen fruit has been removed, how might the courts handle a defense of a disputed citation that the landowner had complied and removed the fallen fruit at the time of notice, and through the fault of wind and gravity, fruit continued to drop while the owner was away at work that day? The evidence may be challenged on the principle that nature did it. Fruit falls, or fructus cadet in the Latin legal fraternity, or in the Vulgate, shit happens. Then there's the demand to clean fallen seeds from the bird feeder. It's true, not only ground-feeding birds, but squirrels and coyotes seem to spend time under the feeder, which we primarily stock over winter months. Have you ever attempted to sift seeds out from snow? Almost as hard as digging snow for fallen crab apples. Try it sometime. It's more fun than curling. Please take me to court. Drama is my middle name. Now, the problem is not that the cited bylaw will attract a wandering officer. That's another issue. However, would anyone know what's in my backyard? It's that publishing this level of detail as a bylaw doesn't help the problem. It's largely unenforceable and makes the city look stupid. Yes, the issues addressed no doubt contribute to urban coyote problems, but they might best be put in an educational material on the web and substitute some far simpler general wording with a generic caution against leaving attractive edible food outdoors other than bird feeders, as many cities have done. I have some examples from the city of Champions, Calgary. which have a completely different attitude. It's essentially they start out, coyotes are a natural part of Calgary's ecosystem, and their ability to adapt has helped them thrive in urban environments. They play an important role in the healthy function of urban ecosystems by helping to regulate populations of various species, including deer, Canada geese, rabbits, and rodents. In general, coyotes can live in close proximity to humans with little conflict. However, in many municipalities, human-coyote conflict has become an emerging issue. And that's followed by principles for active coexistence with coyotes. That's how they put it, coexistence. So let me, there's you can look on the web, or the city can look on the web, but there should be a short bylaw regarding simply the keeping of edible food or compost and leave it at that, and have a really good page on education. We'll leave it there.
Thank you very much, Sir Charles. Charlie, thank you. We will now move on to Karen Nelson. And I see you there, so go ahead and unmute, and you've got 5 minutes. And I won't start the timer till you begin.
Okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute today. And since I registered quite last minute, I don't really have anything prepared to read, but I'm going to echo a lot of what Charlie said around the enforceability and the level of detail in this bylaw amendment. It will be unenforceable based on, I think, the wording that that is currently being used. I mean, it's a kind of a no-brainer. If you wouldn't feed bears in your neighborhood, yeah, don't feed coyotes. But what I'm seeing I'm part of that Nextdoor app, and with a large number of communities, I'm seeing that people do generally like coyotes. There is a concern about our safety with interacting with them, but most people love them and want to see them. They do see them as wildlife, and no different than deer or raccoons or other wildlife that lives amongst us. We're so lucky to have that huge river valley which is a wildlife corridor. And so we are going to have wildlife, and so we should. It's a wide variety of animals is part of a healthy ecosystem, and we should not be certainly should not be starting to go down the road of labeling these animals as pests or any other animal that tries to adapt to living in the city with human beings. We've moved on to their territory. And, it was a concern. I didn't see it in the amendment, but it was a huge concern to see pest management involved, because that automatically puts these animals into an undesirable or, a pestilence type of list of animals. And we don't want to do that. They are simply and they are just fabulous at adapting. I do see on that Nextdoor app that, as Charlie said as well, education is very, very badly needed. So many people don't understand coyote ecology, their habits, their ability to adapt, what attracts them, what doesn't, ways to discourage them, that sort of thing. There's just, there is a lot of fear out there, and a lot of wrong conjecture being passed along. I know that this bylaw was made primarily for dealing with one instance a little bit north and east of me. Somebody was purpose feeding a coyote or coyotes in their on their property. So to include, to make it this complicated to deal with that one issue, I think is overkill. And I think that we can just deal with the coyote issue on this one, a very short amendment. And that amendment was confusing to me because it also mentioned feral cats and birds. And this is not what you're addressing here. I would try and simplify it again. I have no problem with, an increase in fines because yes, we do have to prevent these animals from coming here into the city for attractants. That said, a great thing that would be, the city could do would be to fence off-leash areas and make them, less available to coyotes. And a huge issue that I would like to follow up with council, if we may, is how the city is dealing with ferals. We have an ongoing huge coyote feeding station here in the way of feral cats and stray cats. So we're going to keep having coyote issues unless we somehow deal with this. Also, another concern is the disease vector that wildlife living amongst us presents. As we know now with the pandemic we're going through, it's a zoonotic disease. Many of the diseases that we're dealing with have passed from animals to humans. And I don't want to see this, anything else, spiral out of the fact that we have wildlife living amongst us. I think that's an important reason to educate and make some changes to people's attitudes and, people's actions here in Edmonton. That's pretty much all I have to say. Again, I don't want to see pest management involved. It sends totally the wrong signal about these animals.
Thank you very much, Karen. Really appreciate your comments. We will now move on to Christine Kowalczyk. If she is here. Here we go. Go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. And I also would like to thank you, Councillor Paquette, for that meaningful land acknowledgement. My name is Christine Kowalczyk. I'm speaking as a River Valley resident and as an academic whose research deals with systems thinking and ecological relationships, including between people and wildlife in cities. I spoke at the November meeting on this topic, and as I noted then, one of the research projects that I'm leading right now is an interdisciplinary U of A funded study on coexistence between people and pigeons. What we found is that conflicts are nearly always caused by people, not wildlife, and that ignoring this fact means wasting money, harming wildlife, and failing to resolve problems. Normally, I would support a policy against feeding wildlife. However, I strongly oppose this proposed bylaw because it makes no mention of the major causes of conflict in the first place, and it does not meet best practices as set out by the literature. In focusing on the rare case of deliberate feeding of coyotes, in fact, it seemed everyone at the November meeting spoke about a single individual, rather than on the major causes of conflict, this bylaw sets the city up to fall directly into the traps I just noted, wasting money, harming wildlife, and failing to resolve the problems. As leading research on this topic shows, preventing human-coyote conflict requires preventing litter, which attracts coyotes and causes them to associate food with people, keeping dogs on leash in coyote habitat, and preventing cats from roaming. Our city has a major problem with litter in the River Valley. It allows off-leash dogs in unenclosed spaces in the River Valley and has around 60,000 feral cats roaming the city. If we want to prevent human-coyote conflict, those are what we need to deal with. Yet this bylaw mentions none of those things. At the last meeting, Councillor Paquette asked Mr. Seabrick to look into wildlife-proof garbage cans in the River Valley. I would like to know if those will indeed be implemented, as they would be a step in the right direction. I also have concerns with not just what the bylaw leaves out, but what it does say. I'm troubled by the note that it will, and I quote, allow administration to remediate land or nuisance conditions and recover the costs of remedial actions. What does that mean? As feeding wildlife does not generally require land remediation, I'm assuming that it means viewing the coyotes themselves as the nuisance conditions. And considering the reference to integrated pest management in the original report, I object to this statement because wildlife are not pests, and again, because the issue is one of managing human behavior. I also question if the costs of remedial actions refers to trapping. If the city is looking for a department to oversee wildlife activity in our city, then that is an argument to reinstate an Office of Natural Areas and Biodiversity, which was dissolved in 2016 and which would offer an ecological approach to this issue and focus on public education. I also object to the measures of success, which are reduction of wildlife complaints per total volume and reduction of sightings/complaints per 1,000 citizens. Again, as research shows, public education is required at many levels, including in interpreting coyote behavior. A Queen's University study found, for example, that defensive behavior to deter humans or dogs from an area with pups or an active den is often misinterpreted as offensive behavior by aggressive coyotes, when it is actually naturally protective behavior in response to threats to self, family, or territory. The research also points out the common sense point that increased coyote sightings in and of themselves are not a problem, yet people often complain when they simply see a coyote. Thus, these measures are inappropriate. Edmonton needs to do better. This bylaw runs against best practices for avoiding human-wildlife conflict and achieving peaceful coexistence. And it runs against our city's environmental plans, policies, and commitments, especially related to the River Valley. Wildlife belong here. The River Valley itself is a regionally significant wildlife corridor. Many Edmontonians take pleasure in spotting wildlife in our city. Coyotes also play an important part of the ecosystem, controlling mice and other rodents. This bylaw misses all of that and misses the opportunity for us to continue to live together safely with wildlife. I encourage this committee to not approve this bylaw. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. You finished just as I got a frog in my throat. So we'll now move on to Garth Ukrainitz. I think I saw you pop up.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Okay, thank you. I just want to say, hey, you guys, the last three speakers, well done. Thank you for taking your time to voice your opinions. I'm not so expertly on my opinion here, but I've been living in the city for 25 years. I love coyotes. I've never had a problem with coyotes. I'm more scared of dogs when I go for a walk every day beside the Black Mud Creek. And I'm more afraid of the dogs that are off leash. I got bit a couple years ago by a dog. The coyotes have been, whenever they see me, they are very respectful. They look at me, they stay away. But I guess the reason for why I'm here is that as well, I think this policy is going to open a huge can of worms here in the city. We are not a national park. We are not a special conservation area. We are a metropolitan area, the 5th largest in Canada. Mostly connected with nature, non-endangered nature, common creatures. And, you know, I've been living here for a long time. I go to the parks, I see people throwing breadcrumbs to the geese and the ducks, to the seagulls, and sure, it's not the perfect food, but they eat it. And it's, you know, life goes on. People feel connected with nature. In terms of the coyotes, they are the most resilient animals on the face of this earth. They will always be here. There's a lot of articles about this. They will find a way to always be here, and you won't get rid of them. I think the guys that purposely go out to feed coyotes, that dump meat, whatever, in the bush, you can nail them with littering. Okay, if they go out and they're dumping food, you got them with littering. You don't need to get them with feeding coyotes. You can, the second they dump meat on the ground, that's littering, and you got them. That's $2,000 fine or whatever. So you don't need to put a slap on it. You've been feeding coyotes. You already got it with the littering policy in place. I don't know how I'm doing for time here. I see 5 o'clock or 5 minutes on my time here. So.
Yeah, you've got 3 minutes left.
Okay, good. Sorry if I'm rambling here. But we've been living in this city for 100 years, okay? 100 years. And we've been, you know, in our way, we've been meandering with the wildlife. Why all of a sudden now are we putting this prohibited policy with the animals here? People are going to start cutting down their fruit-bearing trees here in the city because they will be liabilities. You won't want to have a crabapple tree on your yard because it's now a liability. Let's cut it down. You know how many thousands of fruit trees will be cut down in the city if this law goes into practice? What else can I say here? And also too, I used to take my daughter to Horlock Park all the time, and we would feed the ducks and the geese, and it's just a good thing. Does that make this policy now make that illegal for kids to feed the animals? And sure, it's not optimal food, but I have never seen any kind of ill treat or reaction from an animal by feeding them bread. Even though you hear stories, yeah, with the bread it hurt. I've never seen anything. They always come back to eat the bread. But I'll tell you something right now. Down at City Hall, more birds die by flying into the windows at City Hall than die from getting fed bread at Horlock Park. And I think honestly, this is not Banff National Park. This is Edmonton, Alberta. We are here. We are free to, if you see a squirrel, you throw them a peanut. If you see a chickadee, hold out your hand with sunflower seeds, the chickadee will fly into your hand and eat the seeds. You know, I'm against feeding coyotes because, you know, that they do get a little bit more, they take their liberties with people if you get friendly with them, but coyotes don't scare me. They're a respectful animal to me from what I've seen. And I see them every day. I live right beside the creek. I see them all. I see the rabbits that they eat. They eat rabbits, they eat voles, they do control pests in the city. They really do. They play their role. So I really think this policy is foolishness. It's good for Banff. It's good for the national parks. But here in Edmonton, I think it's a can of worms, and you should just back away. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your thoughts. We do have some questions for you, and we're going to begin with Councillor Nicol.
Councillor Knack exempted the item. He might want to go first.
Go ahead, Councillor Nicol.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, me? I'm okay with Councillor.
Councillor Nicol, Councillor Knack was deferring to you, but Councillor Knack, your mic is on. Go ahead.
Okay, sure. Sure. I just wanted to check in with Mr. Richmond on his comments because we've had some other comments around what should or shouldn't be. The challenge. It's frustrating we even have to do this because there is obviously a very serious issue in one community, and from the sounds of things, all of those other mechanisms didn't work. So I wish it was as simple as just using the littering bylaw, but that sounds like that wasn't the case of the way that this could be resolved. But what I heard is specifically you highlighted 6.3 A and B, and I'm just wondering, were those the only two you had issue with, or was it more 6.3 in general? Because 6.3 seems to get fairly specific, whereas 6.2 feels like it deals with the issue more in a better way, because it just says if there's excessive accumulation where it's creating obviously a material impact, like what we're seeing in a particular community.
Right. My comments were addressed to 6.3. I should
okay.
say our comments.
So I don't know if it's quite as simple, but I want to just double check. So if 6.3 wasn't there, do you feel like, generally speaking, that we wouldn't run into any unintended consequences? I know that's the goal, right? We don't want to stop people from feeding the birds. If it's truly not creating an impact to their neighbors, we don't want to prevent that. We don't want somebody to have to clean up their apple tree every day. But where there's obviously something bad that is happening that is creating a significant issue for neighbors, that's what we're looking to capture. So do you think that if we remove 6.3, that removes the unintended consequences?
From our review, I would say yes.
Okay. And then maybe I'll just go to Ms. Kowalczyk. Just same question. That was sort of my take on it, which is that seems to be the bigger issue. There's a worry about what happens with those unintended consequences, whereas 6.2 Section 2 seems to deal with the issue without, dictating you can't have a hanging bird, or you can't have a bird feeding on the ground, or you have to clean up your apples. So just wanted to get your take on that as well.
I think the issue is wider than that with this proposed bylaw. I think there are a lot of, I have a lot of concerns with it. I feel like it's going in the wrong direction. And while I agree that, people leaving food out for deliberately for coyotes is a problem and needs to be dealt with, I liked I can't remember the previous Ukrainian's suggestion that maybe that could be dealt with as a litter issue.
And my understanding is it can't, and that's why we're here today. So we'll double check with admin.
Okay. All right.
The issue is it sounds like the current tools have never allowed us to properly deal with this one. And again, It's frustrating that we have to spend all of this time on literally what is primarily one issue, but it's also a very serious issue for those spaces.
Okay. So understanding that, then I would say that at the November meeting that I attended, the speakers who were in favor of this bylaw were all, as far as I could tell, referring to one instance of feeding coyotes. I live in the River Valley myself. I've never heard of anybody feeding coyotes deliberately. It's not an issue I myself have heard of. So I think that there's something else going on there, perhaps. I know in the research that I do regarding people feeding pigeons, there are pigeon people in every city. And usually it has to do with loneliness. It has to do with, again, human emotional issues that could probably be dealt with in other ways and probably should be dealt with in other ways if we want to be a kind and caring city, right? And show compassion. So I think there are other ways of dealing with that. I also feel that, and this is my biggest concern, is that the real reasons that are causing or potentially will cause human coyote conflicts are not addressed by this bylaw. And those are mainly the three things that I mentioned, which are litter not being properly managed, especially in the River Valley, and also across the city. 2 is better management of off-leash dogs. And 3 is the out of control feral cat population, which Ms. Nelson spoke to as well. And so, I think those are the things that we need to be focusing on, as well as public education, which both Mr. Richmond and Ms. Nelson spoke to. Absolutely. And that is something that comes up again and again in my own research, is the need to focus on public education.
Okay. No, that's helpful context. And I think while it's primarily one area, I feel like Councillor Henderson had mentioned something last meeting that there was even an issue there too. So it's not just exclusively there. And so how we best tackle that is something before us. So thank you. That's helpful context, and looking forward to the questions of admin. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm good. I'm good, Mr. Chair. Oh, all right.
Aaron, turn on your mic. Okay, I'm going to go ahead because I'm next on the committee. So Councilor Paquette looks like he has some microphone issue.
Thank you. I had some technical difficulties.
Yeah,
so
for sure. Sorry, Aaron. I just need quick answers from you, Christine and Charlie. Do we have a coyote population problem? Do we have an overpopulation problem? Because we need to talk about some objective measures here, right? In terms of, do we have an overpopulation of coyotes in the River Valley or in the city? Yes or no?
Well, you mentioned my name first, Councillor Nichols, so I'll respond. I would say I don't think that has actually been measured. That has not been determined.
Okay.
And I would also say that from my own personal experience, again, living in the River Valley and doing the advocacy work that I do, I don't think so. I mean, if we are seeing coyotes more, that is not an indication of overpopulation necessarily. So I think, but I do appreciate your the question that is something that should be determined.
Okay, so I think this makes sense. And so, okay, if it's not a population issue, there's another trigger here, right? That obviously to measure the conflicts that are between or complaints that are happening, correct? That would be it. It's either a nuisance, and if it's a nuisance, that needs to be escalated to someplace else, as it could involve because anytime we get animals, I grew up on the farm. I don't share the same kind of love of coyotes of some. I'll be honest about that. So what are the trigger points that we should be using the coyotes? What's going to miss it? To say it's a problem that deserves, this kind of bylaw.
Well, I don't.
Councillor Nicol, do I get to, or
Yeah,
are
go
you
ahead,
still?
Shirley. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's every time I see the coyotes here each year, the change in the it's a changing population. I think back to math ecology and Lotka-Volterra differential equation, rabbit fox. It goes in cycles. When there's lots of hares, the coyotes are attracted. And they eat the hares, and the next year there are fewer hares, and there are slowly fewer coyotes, and it goes in a cycle, perhaps in this area of 11 years or so. So it really depends on what you're looking at, but there's part of a natural cycle, dealing with a rodent population or rabbits or whatever, or feral cats for all that. So it's not an easy question.
Shirley and Christine, I'm going to put it to you then. What are the triggers we should be measuring here? Because I think you quite adequately pointed out that managing fruit trees and berries and bushes is not probably the best answer to the situation. Hey, listen, don't blame the administration. I'm saying they have to do something here because council asked them. So we got to give them some kind of alternative here because there are a fair amount of complaints, not just from the councillor who raised this issue, but I'll raise it from my ward too. There have been up in near the River Valley quite a number of complaints about coyotes stalking individuals and while they're walking their dogs. So I'm just telling you what my constituents are telling me. And so it's a real concern for them materially. Is there something else you want us to measure as a trigger point for reaction?
Yeah, well, thank you for that. I mean, there are very few cases of actual conflicts, right? There may be a number of complaints that come in because people feel like they've been stalked. It could be because, they were near pups and didn't realize that. What I mentioned is one of the findings in the research is that, most people don't know how to interpret coyote behavior properly. We're not experts in that. So as an alternative, what I would propose is, again, a reinstatement of an Office of Natural Areas and Biodiversity that is leading the campaign here that heavily relies upon public education so that people aren't unnecessarily afraid of coyotes and tempted to call 311 when really they've just seen a coyote, which does happen, and is focused on that public education to minimize our own actions, which can be leading to coyote human conflict. So making sure that they're not littering, they're keeping their dog on a leash, they're not allowing their cat to roam. They recognize that we have an issue in the city with a feral cat population, that we need to do something about that. All of these other measures. Right now, there are very few actual conflicts. Like I said, I think it's people calling because of what they are perceiving to be a threat when it's not actually there.
Let me just add that a bylaw like this is inducing fear.
Yes.
It's that simple, and it's going to get worse.
Okay.
All right. Thank you for that. We've got Councillor Zadok on the list. Councillor, did you want to go before the other council members who are present?
Oh, you're making this awkward. I mean, I can speak whenever, but up to you.
Certainly didn't mean for it to be awkward.
No, I didn't mean to. Yes. You choose who speaks next. I'm on the committee.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Zadok.
Apologies for making that awkward. Sorry. Also, I'm having technology issues, so I wasn't able to click on in the regular way, so the clerk had to help. But thanks. So, okay, to the speakers, anyone can answer this. So, in my reading of the bylaw, unless I'm missing something, we're treating the whole city of Edmonton as a complete picture, as a complete jurisdiction. Obviously, it is. But there's no distinction between the River Valley and residential areas. And maybe I missed that. It's possible. But to those that are speaking in opposition to this bylaw, do you think that elements of it in its current form would be applicable in residential areas? And we could maybe divide out some of our larger parks, including the River Valley. And I get that there's an interfacing issue. A lot of houses are right next to our parks, but any thoughts on that? If elements of this bylaw would be appropriate in some parts of the city?
Well, I can say, I mean, as a resident of Riverdale, that, as you noted, Councillor Zidek, it's really hard to make that distinction for some communities. And I would say no. I don't see much that is redeeming in this proposed bylaw. And as Mr. Richmond has emphasized, you know, the fruit trees are a real issue. So, I mean, the fruit trees mostly are in residential areas. So, unless I'm misunderstanding where you're going with this, I don't think that that would be appropriate. No.
Yeah, and I'm just looking for your perspective, so thanks for that. If anyone else wants to weigh in on that, otherwise,
Well, if I may, we're talking about wildlife here who don't respect or understand park and residential boundaries. It's all one big area for them. So,
sorry, just to counter that, we're talking about people and the actions of people. So there could be a set of rules in suburban Edmonton, inner city neighborhoods, and a different set of rules for people in the River Valley.
I would have to agree that I don't think that would be effective.
Okay, no, and that's fair. Okay.
Based on where attractants are located. That being stray, they can be owned cats that are roaming free, feral cats, stray cats, and then garbage, and of course the fruit trees. And as we're going to, I don't think this is going to be effective because we're also on a trajectory where we're asking people to increase urban gardening and things like that. So this is, we're trying to put a Band-Aid on a situation. It's counterproductive at this point in time. So I don't see this bylaw doing what is intended.
Okay, thanks. Just to follow up on that, the fruit trees add a complication for sure, but generally speaking, do you see coyotes and other wildlife going where food is readily available? As in, if they're being fed in residential areas, they'll increase their presence in those areas, or are they just passersby that just eat out of the opportunity of being there, but wouldn't concentrate in these areas if there wasn't food? If that makes sense. Go ahead.
I say something here? I've noticed in my walks after a good hard rain here in Edmonton, after the city has been soaked really good by a good rain, the coyotes spread out of the creek and they go all over. They look for whatever rodents that were the water went into their holes. But I noticed that after a good rain, the coyotes will get out of the creek and go into I've seen them go right to the Century Park Station. But it's because they're looking, it's that opportunity. They're looking for the gophers or whatever that kind of get out of the soil because of the water in the soil. But that's just an observation that I made. So, and then once the rain stops, then they kind of go back to the creek. That's just what I've noticed.
So is there human action that can be taken to discourage them from the least desirable areas, such as residential neighborhoods?
I don't think you can.
No. Okay. Okay. Thanks.
I'm not aware of any data that suggests that we have on the distribution of coyotes and the reason that they're going out into becoming urbanized. Let me just simply suggest that if you're looking for where coyotes may be attracted to, look for hares. On U of A campus, which is a fair distance from it depends on which part of it, but say the Quad, from the River Valley, there's hares seasonally, and it depends on the year. And if there are hares there's going to be coyotes after them, right? It's their coyotes are predators. The prey. Look at the prey. It's the prey that's going to attract them. So it's not, I'm not going to start debating about the issue of precip. I haven't noticed that particular, and I've got 190 feet adjacent to the ravine here. But, certainly don't pretend to be doing a scientific study. But simply to say, to have a bylaw that is applicable in different areas for, how far out from the ravines and river valleys, not just the river valley. Don't forget that 80% of our natural areas are on the edge of ravines, and 20% on the river valley by length, if you take a look at that. And so it's throughout the whole city. Okay, so you can't just say, oh, it's right along the river valley and we'll put fences there, legal fences, say. That's what I'm getting at, is that they're well distributed across the city. I'll leave it at that.
All right, thank you for that. Councillor Banga, go ahead.
I believe Councillor Henderson was before me. Somehow I jumped the queue.
Okay, well, go ahead, Councillor Henderson.
Doesn't much matter to me. I think I went off and came back on again. So, but I'll go quick. Mr. Richmond, because it strikes me we're missing a piece of this puzzle, and maybe I'll as a preface to this, we do, and I'll ask this question, but we do have clear policy and procedure about the protection of wildlife, and the fact that they have, which is not part of this bylaw, is deeply ingrained in the way the city has always responded to wildlife, but is not mentioned in this bylaw, but is part of city policy. So I as a premise, I just want to say that. And also as a premise, I can say that I've been working for years with one with one group, quite apart, quite separate from the other group that came to us with exactly the same problem, where a neighbor who backs, these are open yards, backs on the ravine and is willfully feeding coyotes, creating problems for the neighbors as well. And there's nothing we can do about it. So to be clear, in my mind, this bylaw is not about regulating coyotes. We don't want to regulate the coyotes. We want to regulate humans, and make it clear that we have the tools to make sure they do something that I would argue is not in the best interest of the coyotes, which is actively feeding them things that are not part of their regular diet. And I think, and this is what I want to check with you, Mr. Richmond, that the real problem here is that the fruit trees are actually part of the natural way of things, which is very different from someone actively feeding a coyote, which I think is what we're trying to deal with here. Am I capturing would that capture essentially where you're at?
That would help.
Yeah, because I think that's what we need to remember. There are the pieces to this puzzle, and I agree with you about the fruit trees, because I think that is part of the natural diet of the coyote. That's part of the natural process, whether they're on someone's private property or whether they're somewhere else. That's very different from actively going out and attracting coyotes into a backyard with food. Yes?
Sure. I don't know how many people are doing that. I've never heard of anyone doing it. I'm sure that some jokers
tell you it's
do
happening. Yep, and there's nothing we can do about it. Yep.
The other solution, though, rather than these intricate, unenforceable bylaws, which just engender a disrespect for bylaws, and I think that's problematic, is to look at best practice. And best practice, essentially, might I suggest, because I did do a scan of cities in across Canada, and they have nothing like this elaborate detail. I found no other jurisdiction that has anything remotely like this proposed by this section 6.3.
I agree with you about 6.3.
Let's just start in the absence of data, because we don't need to do a PhD on this. It would be nice if somebody did, but let's look at best practice, and that's what's missing from the administration's proposal here is a comparison of best practice, at least whether it's best practice or at least common practice across jurisdictions in Canada, which interface to urban jurisdictions, which interface to rural lands. Totally missing.
Yeah, I completely agree with you about 6.3. I'm just worried about losing the other piece of the puzzle, which is what we set out to do here originally, which is giving us some tools to deal with people who education clearly isn't working, because they are just absolutely determined to. Do
we not have those tools already?
No, we don't. We do not. That's why we're here. And that's all this bylaw was designed to do, was to allow us to actually say you should not be feeding coyotes in your backyard with things like meat and that's and I would argue the other one, and I think this is the other question. I'm going to run out of time soon, but I'm reading in the wording of 6.2. It's clear that it's not prescription against feeding wildlife, feral cats or birds, it makes it really clear that when there's a risk to public safety, health risk, or nuisance conditions, and I think that mostly applies to the feral cats. And I know that I've had a number of issues there where people are very intentionally feeding feral cats, and it creates problems not just for themselves and their own health risk conditions, but also for the neighbors, and does nothing to control the feral cat population. So, I mean, I'm going to ask questions about that, but it seems to me that's why that section 6.2 is different from 6.1, is it makes a distinction that you have to have the nuisance conditions. So, any thoughts about that?
I was going to say, if the areas of the city that have a feral cat problem, they don't have a coyote problem, because where you have coyotes, there's no feral cats.
Yeah, and none of this is designed to fix a coyote problem or fix a feral cat problem. It's designed to deal with nuisance conditions where a neighbor is effectively putting other people at risk by attracting feral cats and attracting coyotes in a way that is not natural. That's all it is. Anyway, I'm out of time. Thanks.
Well, in that case, just put one sentence, or maybe as long as two sentences, saying essentially making it a bylaw against feeding feral cats or coyotes.
Yep. Fair enough. Great. I'm out of time. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right.
This discussion really brings to mind Bart Simpson's trip to Australia. Okay, Councillor Banga, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of questions. I guess anybody could, out of the panel, could decide to answer my question. Does any of you do think that feeding the coyotes is a problem in our city?
I would say we've heard that it is a rare problem. So I've heard of 2 people who are doing it now. And I would say I don't think we do have wide public education on this. And that's something that's missing. And secondly, I don't think that with those 2 people, I agree it is a problem that those 2 people are feeding coyotes deliberately. But if they're doing it and they've been spoken to, I feel like a fine is not going to help the problem, right? And I've seen this again and again in the pigeon work that I'm doing, that people who insist upon feeding animals have some kind of mental health issues going on, and I feel like fining them rather than dealing with that issue and dealing with the people with compassion is a terrible idea. I think it's not the right approach to dealing with those individuals.
Okay. Yeah. So are you feeling that this bylaw is painting the problem with or painting something that is not even a problem with a big white brush?
Yes, I think that's what we're all saying, but somebody else can answer that.
Well, as Charlie mentioned as well, it is a far more complicated bylaw than it needs to be. And it opens up that can of worms that is going to lead to other problems. To answer Mr. Henderson's comment, I would like to see it be just a coyote feeding bylaw at this point in time. And as Charlie said, 1 or 2 sentences in addition to the existing bylaw, I think will do it. Feral cats, I don't want to see them. I think we need a different, our organization does cat rescue, and we're aware of the feral cat problem here. As I said, it's feral cats, it's own free roaming cats. And it's cats that haven't become feral. They're not wild animals at this point in time, but they've been abandoned and are living rough on the streets. So there are 3 categories of cats there that we have to deal with. I think I'd like to see feral cats are not there by any fault of their own. It's another human-caused issue, and I don't want to see them lumped in with the wildlife as a problem to deal with. we should, as city council and as a community, be doing something different with the cat issue, definitely to reduce the numbers. And that hopefully I'll follow up with a letter to council and to particularly everybody here today with some recommendations. But just a couple of sentences dealing with the purposeful feeding of coyotes, I think we'll do it, honestly.
Thank you. So
Yeah.
just dwelling on this proposed bylaw, are you thinking that this is there is a intention for even the bird feeders, or having a bird feeder in your own backyard would be offensive to the bylaw and could be fined?
I think the bylaw mentions that, normal hanging bird feeders or something like that are okay. But I feel like the whole bylaw is just taking us in the wrong direction, frankly. And again, if the problem is a few people who are feeding coyotes deliberately and we've got nothing that we can do about that, then I think fining them is just, it's not the way to go. If we are worried about people in a more widespread way feeding coyotes, then we need public education. So I just feel like this is totally taking us in the wrong direction.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Banga. I have a few questions of my own. So our bylaw is actually pretty much in keeping with bylaws from Squamish or Waterloo. We did a jurisdictional scan, and I think that's sort of where most of the ideas came from. But so you understand, I'm not sure who to ask. We'll stick with Christine since you were just talking. You understand that administration had to come up with something, and that, it's good that we have this debate right now, because now we can sort of clarify. So first of all, I just want to make sure that we commend administration for even doing the work. And but my question, I guess, is so you're talking about just a couple sentences saying, don't feed coyotes. Like, do you and then also have the education component. So I think that the issue there, the concern is the cost. We're in a constrained budget, so the education component would actually take time, expertise, and communication. So I'm just wondering your thoughts on that.
Well, yeah, I think that was Ms. Nelson's point, that regarding the one or two lines saying just don't feed coyotes. But I think, this is an example in which investment right now will prevent much higher costs down the road. And that's often the case. And so I think here really it would, as I said before, this really is another argument for reinstating the Office of Natural Areas and Biodiversity that we had in the past, so that we have a group that is overseeing these kinds of issues. We've got, coordinated campaigns, and there is, oversight regarding litter in the river valley, the off-leash dogs, all of these types of things that actually need to be dealt with anyways, right? And I think it would actually be saving costs to undertake public education now on this issue, rather than paying enforcement officers, bylaw officers, to go out and try to enforce this bylaw, and it's not actually dealing with the root cause of the problems anyways.
Right, okay, so that's the contention really, is that this doesn't actually deal with the root, it's only dealing with the effects.
Yes.
Continue to deal with the effects, we're just gonna have more and more effects to deal with.
Absolutely.
Makes
Can I
sense.
say something too as well here?
Yeah, please weigh in.
From my experience, from what I've seen, all the coyote incidents, in quotation marks, that I've in the south side here involved dogs that were off leash. So I think it would be important to, hey, if you're walking your dog, keep your dog on a leash. That's bylaw. There's a lot of people now letting their dogs just run around, and they're gonna, especially if they're little dogs, The coyotes will see that, and they'll, it's keep the dog on a leash.
Right. Okay. So basically, the idea that we want to be surrounded by nature, we just don't want to have to deal with the fact that the natural world operates on it, according to its own rules. Okay. So I guess my next question then would be, so you suggest that we reopen a branch or a focus at the City of Edmonton that deals with this. Is it because we've got a growing population? We're encroaching a little bit more and more on the natural spaces, and there's an ebb and flow to populations that we all learned in junior high biology as far as population growth and population decline. And so right now we're seeing a period of growth with hares and things like that, and then so we're seeing an attendant growth of coyote populations.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Mr. Richmond spoke to that really well. And we are, with a growing population, encroaching more on wildlife habitat. Also, since the pandemic, so many more people are outside in the river valley. Many people have, gotten dogs. And I see, way more dogs in the river valley than I did even 2 years ago. I know there are issues of dogs running off leash in areas that they shouldn't be off leash, that kind of thing. So that it all needs to be dealt with anyways. And it does make sense, since this is, a many faceted issue, to have that office, taking care of it all. Would make life easier for you as well, you councillors. I think you're muted, Councillor Paquette.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I think we'll probably have a lot of questions for administration. I don't see any other questions for our speakers today. Going once, going twice. Sold. Apparently you've done a fantastic job. So thank you. You're welcome to stick around and listen to our questions of administration. Okay, and with that, we will now shift focus and begin a speakers list. And I see that we've got Councillor Knack already on the board. So go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So yes, I mean, I think the challenge is we're trying to deal with, a handful of particularly difficult situations. So I just want to clarify, because my understanding, these issues haven't been happening in the wards I represent, but from what I understand, city staff have done everything possible to educate, to use compassion with folks who are maybe making some very challenging decisions for their neighbors. Is that correct?
I think you've hit that on the head, Councillor, but I'll pass it over to Mr. Akin to expand.
So certainly, Councillor, as you will recall, Council supported the creation of a wildlife team because of the escalation in complaints and concerns citizens were raising, and we established that team. More recently, Council officers were receiving complaints regarding a number of issues, one being feeding of coyotes on private property, and also the accumulation of materials underneath the bird feeders that were creating a nuisance condition that added to a bunch of different sorts of problems. And so on average, we receive around 10 to 15 complaints each year regarding the feeding of wildlife that come into our office, and we respond to those complaints. Certainly, we have an education and awareness program that we utilize to pass that message on about interaction with not just coyotes, but with other wildlife and pieces like that. And that's a continuing effort. But really, two things that were brought up at the last meeting. One was that there were complaints that were being voiced by citizens. And secondly, the acknowledgement that we didn't have the tools to deal with that in our current bylaw, that were either we didn't have them at all, or the ones that we did have were not effective to deal with it in a timely fashion. And so, again, a committee asked administration to bring back this amendment to deal with those. And they also made it very clear to us that they wanted to be very specific with what is a requirement of citizens to abide by these new regulations. And as such, 6.3 really articulates we think well all the different types of scenarios that a citizen might need to be aware of that they may have to remedy where there's excessive accumulations and where it leads to public health risk or nuisance condition.
So just before I go into 6.3, I just want to make sure it's clear, though, because I want to make that answer clear. When we've had people who have been doing this and we have worked with them, we have tried to connect people to appropriate resources. We have tried to show compassion long before. That's what we do with our bylaw team in general. But I just want to make sure it's very clear that when we've been getting these complaints, we have tried to work with people to guide them to maybe the right supports that they might need, different things. That's already happened.
Absolutely, and to be fair, we get good compliance from most citizens, but we don't get compliance from others.
I just wanted to make it clear that we've taken those steps, because I think that was one of the uncertain questions we had from some of our speakers today, and my understanding is we had done that work. So that leads to the bylaw itself, and I appreciate some of the concerns, and I know why you've highlighted, so you responded with saying 6.3 goes into that. Maybe to ask, because I do appreciate the point that it does feel fairly prescriptive, and maybe, if we're really trying to deal with 10 to 15 issues a year, do we need to get that prescriptive, or is it better to leave it a little more generic like we have in 6.2, so essentially if 6.2 section 2 was what was in the bylaw and you didn't have 6.3, is that enough legally for us to be able to use another tool if needed? Hopefully all the other tools will work, but if not, is that not enough? I mean, because our community standards bylaw is generally a little more open-ended, like when we're dealing with weeds or when we're dealing with other pieces, and it's a bit of a judgment call of the enforcement officers. So this feels like a different approach, and I'm curious as to your thought on that.
Yeah, so I'll answer two parts to that, and then Christina Hodgson from our law branch, who created it, may want to jump in after mine. So firstly, at our last meeting, if you may recall, the committee requested a level of specificity. They wanted to make sure it's quite clear what the requirements were for individuals, hence an added level of detail. So that was meant as in support of the direction by committee. So we're open to changing that at desire. The second piece is, yes, when it comes to legislation, there are always two elements in bylaw approaches in my history. One is you take a general approach where you keep the language fairly high level, a little bit vague, if I can use that word. So it's up for interpretation by the officer, what is litter and what is littering, and there's all types of litter rather than having an exhaustive list. The other approach at the end of the spectrum is starting to detail, so it's really clear to citizens to know exactly what their requirements are, when things may be offside or create a concern. And so there's always this sort of tension between a general approach where we have to educate and inform them versus a very clear approach where we don't create an exhaustive list, but we do set out the circumstances under which they can have a really good understanding of what their duty and requirements are. With that, would you like to add anything else?
Definitely. So we do actually have a more general version of 6.3 drafted, very similar to what 6.2 looks like, actually. The differences between 6.2 and 6.3, either version of 6.3, is that 6.2 very much focuses on food, something that is edible. You'll notice that a lot of the things in 6.3 are considered other types of attractants. So wildlife can be attracted to an area in a couple of different ways, either because there's readily available food there, or there's denning materials and other types of attractants that make it a safe habitat for them to create their home. So we definitely can make it more broad, similar to what 6.2 looks like. We were just directed by committee last time to make it extremely specific, so that's what we did.
Okay, I'm out of time, and we'll probably come back around after other questions.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Henderson, go ahead.
Well, just to confirm, that one of the things that is my understanding, we do have really clear policy that says that we are not, that we're not to interfere with wildlife, we are to coexist with them. They were here first, all of those kind of things. And that's always our response. For a lot of these things about coyotes that are in the river valley and people feeling threatened, the answer is they were here first and they have a right to be here. And our policy says that clearly, does it not? It's not in this document, but that policy is elsewhere.
That's correct, Councillor. We know that other municipalities have tried to remedy their coyote problem without any success at all, and we believe coexistence is the approach.
And that is so that's our policy, and that's not our intent with this bylaw. I mean, this bylaw is not about controlling coyotes; it's about controlling people. Correct?
Exactly, and that behavior, yes.
Yeah. So, and along that line, we tend to have bylaws, so that we can coexist together. So this gives us a tool that allows us to be able to intervene when one citizen is negatively affecting another one. Effectively, that's what this would give us the tool to do that. Correct?
Yes, I believe so.
And that's what most of our bylaws are about. We try not to use them because hopefully you want the first instances to be able to bring neighbors together, but sometimes the city has to have the ability to intervene so that we can coexist, correct? Not with the coyotes, that's a given, but with each other.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so I'm wondering though, it seems to me that part of what we're getting ourselves into trouble here is that there's a distinction between actively feeding animals and the natural occurrence of fruit dropping from trees and all those kind of things that happens both on people's properties and off properties. And I really do recognize, I think those are two different things. I would think if a yard had a lot of this kind of detritus building up, we already have bylaws around keeping your yard well kept and those kind of things that could be useful to us. And I'm wondering if we're muddying the waters by trying to include that piece of the puzzle in this bylaw, which is about a very active choice that people are making to do something unnatural rather than just keeping their yard up. Thoughts about that?
Well, I'll ask Christina to weigh in, but just quickly, yes. We do have nuisance provisions that talk about general property condition and causing a nuisance. But again, at the direction of committee, they wanted to be really clear that trees are an attractant and not cleaning up if there is an issue with coyotes using them or consuming them.
But if the tree was, in a lot of these situations in the river valley, if the tree just happened to be just off the property, it would still be an attractant. It's perfectly natural. We wouldn't be rushing in there and picking up all of our fruit. So, I'm wondering. It just strikes me that we're wandering into an area here that is slightly different from what I think the real intent was people who were actively interfering in the natural process. Which I think is probably not to the coyotes' interest either. It puts them at risk in other kinds of ways that are inappropriate. So I wonder if by trying to do both of these things here, we're making it overly complex. And really, what we need to be doing is discouraging our intervention in their natural process. And that's an active thing. That's about feeding. And I put it out to you as a thought. I mean, I'm not on the committee, so I can't give direction on this, but it seems to me that may be what's muddying the waters here from what the original intent was. Thoughts?
Councillor, I don't disagree, but I'll ask Christina to weigh in from how the amendment might look at that in respect to your comments.
Great, thanks.
So as I said earlier, we did draft an amendment option for 6.3 that would very much focus just on wildlife attractants. The reason we also actually looked at attractants rather than the actual placement of food out is because, as some of the speakers have actually brought up, the presence of hares and other prey animals in the area can also attract coyotes. So we were also looking at that. We had talked to Colleen Cassidy St. Clair from the U of A, who had mentioned that could also be an issue. So that's why we added that as well. Specifically on the private property piece. Yeah. I don't believe it's actually in the public property areas. So we wouldn't necessarily do that there.
And I would argue that beginning to control hares and things like that is us intervening, and this is precisely to stop us intervening. This is a bylaw that says it's inappropriate to intervene in the natural order of things, and that's where we may be getting ourselves into trouble, and there's a huge distinction there. I'm out of time. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Banga, go ahead.
Thank you. My questions again on some of actually most of the speakers, they expressed concern about the severity of the problem in our city there, especially with coyote feeding. How many complaints a year we get in regards to that alone?
So I asked our wildlife team that very question, and they report back that obviously each year is a little bit different, but we get around 10 to 15 complaints that come to our office, formal complaints that we respond to regarding the feeding of wildlife.
Okay, so those 10 to 15 complaints, do we know that if there were any measures for us to deal with them otherwise without this bylaw?
That was really the conversation last time that we met with committee, that we felt that we didn't have the tools in some of the situations where again, the history is that the majority of people are compliant. They voluntarily comply. They either don't understand the ramifications, that it's impacting neighbors' cats and creating an unsafe situation where they're feeding animals, wildlife under their decks, and where they feel that's their right to, or dumping off materials, or creating other sorts of nuisance conditions. And so this bylaw gets at the crux of that issue, that we didn't have. We had some general tools. This gives us some more specific ones, and that we think it moves us along to, in those few cases, and with administration is certainly not recommending or not suggesting that it's rampant across the city, but feel that we needed another tool in the toolbox, and this got us further along that path.
So, Councillor Henderson, in his questioning, asked you folks if we are not addressing the coyotes, but we are addressing the human behavior. In your mind, is this the best tool?
For the human behavior, yes. I mean, again, what we've learned through our friends and experts at the U of A and our colleagues in Calgary and other municipalities, that some of the approaches relative to handling coyotes or coyote concerns has not been successful, and it's a coexistence approach. And so we had absolutely no problem with that. It's where you have nuisance coyotes causing concern. We have seasonal issues with pups coming out and things like that. But we're really concerned. The concerns that have been brought to our attention are the ones where you've got that feeding on private property, and they choose to not understand or take a different approach, and that impacts neighboring cats and dogs and in the community, or that these attractants are out there and attracting and escalating a level of concern, and is there a small thing they can do? So that's the idea behind this bylaw, that it gives us those tools to be clear about what the expectations are, and then again act as a deterrent. And as we talked about on one of the previous items on graffiti, that there is a sanction that if they don't follow it. But again, we do get the majority of compliance, but there are cases where people refuse to do it, and the tools that we have we don't think are effective or timely.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Banga. So, Councillor Knapp, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I was just looking for a way forward, and knowing that there's sort of a more generic version of 6.3, if that should be recommended up to council, and then ideally making sure that that information is maybe shared with our speakers. So if they have any insight they want to provide in between now and when that goes to council, they might identify something. My hope is that it will ideally address what we've heard today, but so I'm willing to make, but we don't actually have the draft wording, so I don't know if I have to. I think from a governance perspective, we would actually have to add that to the agenda as another attachment if we have it. So maybe I'll do that first.
Councillor Knack, if I may, suggest that you could certainly send the report back to administration. We could, as Christina said, bring forward in a report the other option for a bylaw amendment based on the direction of committee. Then you can have that final discussion as to whether it meets your purpose or need. If there's any concerns, have that public discussion and then advance it to council.
Yeah, I'm just looking to save us on another. Essentially, if you feel pretty confident in it, I want to trust you, and if we can share that attachment or that information with the public, they can provide their feedback in advance. So I'm okay with, even if it's just, can it be referred to council with the inclusion of that attachment, or can it only be referred back to committee? Maybe this is to the clerks.
I would suggest that from our law branch perspective, and Christina, please weigh in, that we need some pretty clear direction from committee as to what you'd like to see. I mean, if it's simply just removal of 6.3, that's one thing, but we'd have to sort of look at that, and I think the timing wise is we could bring that back fairly quickly. Christina indicated that she has that bylaw somewhat ready to go. Is that close, Christina?
Yeah, I also just wanted to clarify, because I've heard from Councillor Henderson that maybe the focus on wildlife attractants is not what committee desires. So I'd like to know whether, do we want to remove 6.3 in its entirety and just focus on feeding? Or do we want to make a more generic version of 6.3, allow officers to have the discretion if the attractant also creates some sort of safety issue or nuisance condition, that sort of thing. So those are kind of the two options that I'm unsure what direction committee would like to go in right now.
Then maybe my question is, so if this is drafted, can you bring, I don't know what our agenda looks like next committee, and like I said, prefer not to have another 2-hour-long discussion on something like this, but maybe it is something as simple as coming back to the next committee. That way anyone can see it and provide maybe some written comments on it, and they can register to speak, of course, but we really just need to see what's been drafted in order to move this along, and I don't want to wait 6 months again. So
it is drafted. So
okay,
I have the wording in place.
Yes.
It would just be a matter of, if we are focusing on attractants, does committee want a definition of what we consider an attractant? Or if we're not focusing on attractants at all, do we just remove?
Well, while my gut says just remove it, I feel like I should, especially knowing that one of the councillors who initiated this wasn't able to join us today, I'd like to see the generic version of 6.3, just so they would have an opportunity to provide some input. So what I think I'll do then, Mr. Chair, I feel like I've found a path, is that I would move to refer this report to the next Community and Public Services Committee, refer the report back to administration, to the next Community and Public Services Committee to come back, including the generic wording of 6.3, and then at that committee, assuming we don't need that at all, we can make a motion, and maybe using the input of one of the councillors who's brought this forward. My inclination is just remove it, but I don't feel comfortable doing it without some guidance there.
Yeah, I share your feelings. It'd be nice to just move the business along, but I think this conversation merits that due diligence, considering that it will actually have knock-on effects on a number of different issues that will arise over the next few years.
Okay, so yeah, I'll make that motion just to finish us off there.
Okay, and while that's being prepared, Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, I'm okay with referring it. I understand that Councillor Hamilton may want to weigh in on this. From my experience, I think 6.3 should go. I don't think we need it in any form, quite frankly. I think this is about the active human intervention of feeding of wildlife, and we need to keep it clean, and anything else is going to get us into trouble because it muddies that water. But it's completely up to the committee, and I understand Councillor Knack's feeling that maybe to do due diligence to see if there's another version of 3. But I think it's the very principle of 3 that's getting us into trouble, and not the wording of it.
Yeah, maybe it's if it's friendly, maybe we allow administration to provide, although this muddies the water a bit too, options with 6.3 or without 6.3. And I don't know if that's friendly or if that's even desirable.
If that's a question to the mover, my thought is committee at the next meeting can just make a motion to send the bylaw without 6.3 if we don't like the wording of the generic piece. So I don't know if we need to be any more explicit, because we could just do that motion then.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I agree with that. Any other comments? Okay, and I would say, before Councillor Knack closes, I just want to thank all the speakers for coming in, gave us a lot of food for thought and possibilities for future conversations and moves by the city that probably don't fit very well into what we're actually dealing with right at the moment, but certainly questions about how we are going to navigate our relationship with the wildlife on our doorstep as our population grows and as more people use the river valley and wildlife gets more and more used to human beings, which is sort of the issue here. One of the suggestions from the community is that we just trap and release, and eventually the animals will become scared of us. But I don't think that science has proven that that's the case at all. So we're going to have to figure this out. This is one component of it. And like anything that we do at the city, we will learn and grow from it. So if it's a good idea, it sticks. If it's not, it gets altered and changed as experience and knowledge change. So we will move forward with this, in my opinion, in a good way. And possibly in the future, I can see opening conversation for maybe a more robust approach to public education and how we deal with these issues at the city in a more formalized way. Okay, so that's, I support this. And anyone else? Councillor Knack to close? Nope.
No, thank you.
Okay. Please vote.
Yes.
We're waiting for your vote, Mr. Chair.
Oh, I sent it in. I am a yes.
We have all the votes.
Okay, display the vote, please. And that has passed. And it's a little bit not in the proper order, but I'm going to make a quick inquiry that I meant to make earlier. And that is that administration please provide a brief report to committee in advance of the spring 2021 supplemental operating budget adjustment, outlining a summary of 1, transit ridership recovery data for 2019 and 2020, and 2, ETS sales revenue for 2020, including cash fares, tickets, adult pass, youth pass, and seniors pass. That's simply so that we know what we're talking about when we start talking about this issue. All right. And if there's nothing else, we have a little extra time on our plates for lunch. So,
Mr. Chair, just curious, I'm just out of curiosity, is that an inquiry or a notice of motion?
No, that's an inquiry. It's just about available data.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Have a good lunch. We'll see you at 1:30.
And we're live.
Okay, 2 minutes till roll call. All right, and we are back. I'll just do a quick roll call. Councillor Nickel.
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Zadek.
Here.
All right, and Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, all. Okay, so we also happen to have some other councillors on board. We've got Councillor McKeen. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Councillor Banga. Good afternoon. And Councillor Walters. Good afternoon. Okay, I'm getting the silent treatment. That's okay. We'll move on. So we will. Oh, hello, Councillor Walters. We are now going to move on to item 6.4, Edmonton's approach to supportive housing, listening mission report. And at the time, we had no speakers, and I don't think we do now either. And I don't think that there's a presentation, but administration, do you have any words?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we'll just have a few introductory comments. Jackie Ford will have a verbal presentation, but I'd just like to introduce our delegation who are here on this item. Crystal Kajener and Colton Kursab from our Affordable Housing and Homelessness section. And importantly, Sandra Huckaluk, the consultant who led and project managed this work that's included as attachment 1 in the report this afternoon. So with that, I'll pass it over to Ms. Ford to walk through a few general comments on the report.
Thank you, Rob, and good afternoon, everyone. In late 2019 and well into 2020, administration was advancing funding applications for a portfolio of up to 900 units of supportive housing and 2,500 units of affordable housing. Our efforts included working with Homeward Trust and Capital Region Housing to advance development portfolios through CMHC's co-investment fund which supports the construction of new affordable housing. Funded projects need support from another level of government to ensure a coordination of investments. However, without a firm commitment from the provincial government, neither portfolio was able to proceed to CMHC for underwriting in the way that the city had envisioned, which was, as a limited funding partner, putting less than 50% of the required capital. In that context, it was proposed that a symposium of housing providers, developers, and members of the business community come together to determine if there was a role for the private sector to build supportive and affordable housing faster and at a lower cost. Because of the pandemic, the symposium was held online and presentations were made describing the city's goals, the policing and public health dimensions of homelessness, and the supportive housing approach of Ambrose Place. The symposium was followed up by a listening mission where our consultant interviewed all of the symposium attendees and others with experience in this field. The listening mission final report is before you today. The listening mission findings did not identify a silver bullet solution to making good on the goals of building supportive or affordable housing faster or at a reduced cost through the exclusive involvement of the private sector. However, the listening mission report does identify a number of actions administration can take to improve the process of building affordable housing. That includes a public education and awareness campaign, Indigenous housing programming, policy review and reforms, exploring the role of philanthropy and community action, and remaining aware of and open to property development partnerships as they may arise, such as hotel leasing or making use of grants to greenlight development projects. Since the conclusion of the symposium and the listening mission, the federal government has made funding to Edmonton available through two programs, the Rapid Housing Initiative, which is to build new supportive housing, and Reaching Home Dollars that fund bridge housing through hotel leasing. With this funding, which arrived in late 2020, administration has made progress towards council's goals in the Affordable Housing Investment Plan. With partner funding and the city's own capital allocated through the Affordable Housing Investment Grant, public-private partnerships are coming into formation and hundreds of units are moving through the approval process and into construction. And with that context, our delegation is available to take your questions.
Well, thank you very much. I don't see any committee members on the board, but we do have questions from Councillor McKean.
Thank you, Chair Paquette. Appreciate it. I wanted to start. Is Ms. Huckaluck in the delegation? Is she available for a quick question?
Yes, I am, Councillor.
Hey, hi. So the gist of this workshop was to gauge interest in from private sector partners in getting involved in helping their city government move more quickly with supportive housing because I think they recognize the need for it. But just if you were to summarize what the overriding theme was from the private sector partners who you went out and interviewed, what was their view?
I think the overall view was there was a desire from the 55 participants to support the city's goal of creating 900 supportive units. Not only supporting, but what role can they play in supporting that? So, the ideas that are identified in the report and the themes on the cost savings, but there was an overall desire to say, what role can we play? Where are some opportunities for philanthropy? Where are there some opportunities for some cost savings regarding, various stations and stuff? But as in addition to that, there was also this desire to say, this is an achievable goal if we all work together. Edmonton has the resources if we collectively work together on this.
So, yeah, what I took from it, I want to see if you were hearing the same thing, that this wasn't a request to expand their businesses so much as that it was an offer to help. I think what was that phrase, take a haircut, which would mean, I guess, what I took that to mean is they don't have to make money off this, but having their firms working on it or their construction contractors working on it without a much of a margin, if any margin. They were interested in that. Yes.
Yes, that is very true. And, you know, some of the ideas within the RFP process, pre-RFP process, is opportunities for them to explore a form of philanthropy. So what could businesses then contribute into the overall process?
And of course, we also heard some ideas around financing, which are much more complex.
Yes.
And also, you know, another theme we've heard from other areas is, you know, find a way to expedite permits, that sort of thing. And the RFP process itself was, there were suggested changes to that. Sandra, thanks. I'm going to switch to Jackie, and Mr. Chair, I'll warn you, I might need another round. But Ms. Ford, your report says essentially that the unlisting or the listing mission did not uncover more cost-effective private sector delivery model. And that might be the silver bullet you're talking about. Yet some participants argued that they, as I just went through with Ms. Huckaluk, would be willing to take a haircut or reduce their margins to partner on some builds. Is that a potential cost-saving measure that we could tap into?
Absolutely, Councillor. And those RFPs, as you know, this year the city is actually doing some rapid housing, but there are dozens of not-for-profit housing providers that do produce RFPs for their projects. And I think the city could play a role in connecting the folks who answered the questions and were involved in the listening mission, and those housing providers that will be putting up tenders for their new projects as we roll through funding sources and our own housing projects.
So just to confirm, and I'm sort of repeating my question, but there was discussion about partnerships or a consortium of business partners in this. That is the kind of thing that could be explored over time, not right now as you're running as fast as you can on 5 modular supportive housing builds, but down the road. Those are the kind of things that may have opportunity for us. Yes?
That's absolutely true. And we can work with the non-for-profit providers also to make connections and see, Sandra's correct, there was an overwhelming understanding and desire for the city to succeed in its housing plan, and I think the sector will play a role in that.
Thank you very much, and Dora Paquette, I will need another round.
Okay, understood. Thank you. Councillor Walters.
Thanks, Councillor Paquette. And, you know, thanks to Councillor McKean, you know, we've been throwing everything and the kitchen sink at this challenge over the last few years, and this is certainly a very useful and creative approach to trying to expand our stable of allies here. So I wonder, knowing or having now read the province's Affordable Housing Review Panel's report, which puts a significant emphasis on private sector's possibilities, and you know, I know it doesn't talk a lot about supportive housing, but does this work help us understand how there may be some future alignment with the province on what they're after, and you know, knowing now that we have a number of people in the private sector who are interested and potentially committed to helping here? Just maybe Jackie, you could comment on that. Ms. Ford, excuse me.
It's okay, Councillor. I think I'll ask, because I believe either Crystal or Colton had probably done a much deeper dive into that provincial housing document. So I see Ms. Kajener's camera just came on.
Sure. Thanks, Jackie. So the province's affordable housing strategy does prioritize private sector involvement through the use of public-private partnerships as one mechanism, for example. And so certainly this report is aligned in the sense that ultimately what we need is the nonprofit partners that the city often partners with to actually develop housing in most cases, to support them in developing relationships with private entities that are interested in working together to try and reduce the cost of housing and also maximize the predictability for both entities. So one way to think about that, for example, is we know that there's mechanisms coming online through the federal government, through CMHC, where private entities are rewarded, private developers would be rewarded for partnering with a nonprofit. And I know a number of nonprofits in Edmonton are actively engaging with different developers to talk about how that could work together. And so our team is certainly watching that with interest and supporting our agency nonprofit providers in those discussions as much as we can. And we're really interested also in the context of some of our ongoing work to review, for example, City Policy 582 around partnering with the private sector, which is our 585 program, to look at what other types of unique arrangements could be generated for the benefit of both partners and obviously Edmontonians requiring affordable housing.
So if we thought about Home Ed and their portfolio expansion strategy, and part of that being, joint ventures, that's where some of those units could be, housing first units as they presently provide. So that's kind of a consortium that could be created, and that may be looked upon favorably by the province.
Yeah, absolutely. And Homeward Trust, who as you know, we work very closely with, does have a robust landlord relations department that works directly with private landlords every day to try and secure large and significant numbers of units that can be used for Housing First programs, and to help bridge some of the gaps that often come up and was highlighted in the report through the work that Ms. Huck collected, that sometimes there's a misunderstanding or gaps around exactly what is supportive housing and how can we help our private partners understand that, so that then they can propose solutions that will work for everyone and work within the bounds of the programs.
Okay. Well, I think this is an idea and some work that will have some resilience and hopefully lives on to the next council for their use. That's all I had. Thanks, everybody.
All right, thank you. Councillor McKean, second round.
Yeah, thanks, Aaron. So one of the questions, obviously from Councillor Walter's queries, do you know if the provincial government has seen this report, the listening mission report, and is there a way to get it over to the right person so they know that we actually have a very engaged private sector in this matter, and they might be interested to hear some of the ideas that came out? Have we forwarded it to them?
Colton, I'll let you answer that.
We haven't shared this report with them at this point in time, but it's absolutely timely, something that we can do almost imminently. I do believe that we have channels to do that.
Right. Yeah, I think that this probably might bust some myths about Edmonton for that government as well, and I think it could be really important. So, how could we ensure that this report isn't lost, that future councils and people in your administrative positions are aware of the potential to partner with our private sector to build supportive housing? How can we just ensure that the ideas in here have some staying power?
I can speak to that, Councillor McKean.
Sure.
Certainly, we have a number of initiatives underway right now that will be coming forward to you. For example, the Indigenous work is coming at the next committee meeting. We have work coming forward around policy changes in May to address motions that were recently made about how nonprofits access city land. And we could also follow up all of this work with a report next year that would just detail an update on all of the initiatives that we have underway. Another thing that I would also mention, just sort of following on Crystal's earlier comments about private sector, we are in the midst of our second intake of the Affordable Housing Grant Program, and just by way of looking at what we've got on the books right now, we've got 7 applications, some of which are private housing providers that are looking at our program and think they can make it work. So we've definitely got a lot of tools in our hopper to get private activities to advance affordable housing and supportive housing.
Yeah, I don't quite understand the process right now. Say Ambrose Place, I know, is the operator and part owner, and Right to Home Housing was the project manager, and Homeward Trust was the funder. But I just wondered, in that sort of situation, if you could insert one of these keen private sector developers, builders into a process like that and end up with a lower cost build?
Yeah, I mean, nearly all of the affordable or supportive housing builds in Edmonton end up at tender, end up involving the private sector, and that is certainly going to be the case with the modular builds that we're looking at this year. We are working with local construction managers to do that procurement.
Cool. So, Councillor Paquette, for the sake of expediency, I have put together a proposed motion, no cost, no pain motion, as I understand it. And I think I sent it to Ms. McCary, which I can't make, obviously, according to the rules of governance, but I put that forward for your consideration. I don't know if Ms. McCary could put it up at the right time. And then at that point, I'd love to speak to it. Thank you.
All right, sounds good. Well, perhaps someone will make it for you. Mayor Iveson.
Well, it's almost like we set this up, but maybe I'll start with the motion and I'll add something to what Councillor McKean had suggested based on the good discussion. So I'll move that CSC recommend to City Council that, one, the Mayor provide a copy of this report to the Government of Alberta on behalf of the Council and community to supplement our budget advocacy around affordable housing. And two, that administration return to Community and Public Services Committee in 1 year with a report identifying how the initiatives described in CS 00258 have advanced and how the city is working with the private sector to increase the supply of affordable and supportive housing. And so that will, the second part is what Councillor McKean was hoping for, which keeps the discussion going with the new council and with the community. I guess I'll speak, and then I've still got a couple of questions for Ms. Huckelak. But all to say that I've heard more and more interest from our real estate community and construction community to help out in this. They understand how transformative and important and impactful it would be to achieve our goals around ending chronic homelessness in Edmonton, what it would mean for our streets, what it would mean for investment attraction, and what it would mean for hearts and minds in our city to accomplish that goal, which I still believe we can. And they want to help. And I think this report captures that they have tangible suggestions for how the city could engage them, that there are a variety of different deal structures for the affordable housing that could nest different kinds of partnership in, and that there is broad private sector support for the city's goals and leadership around this. So I think this motion will help keep that live. And so I'm happy to bring it forward on behalf of Councillor McKean and his really excellent leadership here, along with Councillor Walters on the housing initiative. So, and thank you to staff for working on this as well. But my question to you, Sandra, and it's nice to see you again, and thank you for doing this work for us. What was the most unexpected thing you heard in the feedback?
For me, I think it wasn't really unexpected because, right after the information webinar that you hosted and I started getting the names from individuals, every time I sent an email to someone, it was almost immediate that they responded and they wanted to be part of this. There wasn't this vacant, I never heard from anybody for weeks. It was, there was a short time frame to do this work. So within a 2-month period of time, 55 participants were part of this. And there was an overwhelming, thank you so much for asking about this. And the 4 questions that probed, I think everybody did their best with the knowledge that they had to try to come up with some ideas. But at the end of the day is they want to be part of it. They want to be engaged, and they were really appreciative to be asked to be part of this.
Well, and I think that comes through in the material, and thank you for helping to synthesize the themes of it. To administration, are there any elements that we can act on in the shorter term here that might impact any of the projects we have under construction, or are these more sort of structural and systemic from your perspective, or a bit of both? maybe to Ms. Ford and then to Ms. Kajaner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think there's some of the actions that we're already undertaking around the key learnings that we want to explore further. Like there are several things that we have been working on in Colton, or Mr. Kersop had mentioned those before, but the new learnings around the idea of Indigenous programming, around the strengthening the RFP process, I think those are already they're happening within those new 5 builds. But if Crystal and or Colton have anything to add to that, I think we've learned a lot from this report, and we're trying hard to make sure that what we have already done is even strengthened in this process. Because just a reminder, it's not often that the city builds; it's usually the service agencies. So we're trying to incorporate all the learnings that we have into these very fast-moving projects.
Yeah, thanks, Ms. Ford. Just getting specific, yeah, we're hot on the trail of work on advancing an Indigenous housing strategy, and that will be coming to committee the very next committee. We also are working on some detailed policy reviews to free up an opportunity to leverage city land assets more quickly, and that will be coming in May. And we'll also be looking at the developer-sponsored affordable housing, the C582 approach. We have a report coming to committee in March on that front. So a number of these actions are underway and moving ahead. And in terms of the RFP process, we have immediately tasked our staff with building a clear and transparent process for selecting site owners and for future permanent supportive housing builds.
Okay, thank you for that. We will now move to Councillor Banga. Go ahead.
Thank you. I know our business community, private sector is great in helping in these causes. They already been doing a lot of work, and they are willing to do more. But let's be realistic. They all have to be accountable to their own shareholders, owners, whatever you want to call it. What was a common theme that they expressed that they would be exchanging it in return? Was there anything?
Maybe we can get our consultant to weigh in on that one. Ms. Huckaluk, would you mind giving that a shot?
Absolutely. We're, obviously with the economy and tough times and things like that, but there was still this sense that there is an opportunity, whether, there was a conversation, it is difficult with reducing labor costs, but at the same time, these types of things should be explored. And that was sort of a conversation that I had with many of the participants. Philanthropy should be discussed at the RFP process. What can you bring to the table? What are your thoughts on bringing to the table and such? So there wasn't one specific, we're going to do this, but it should be explored. And then the other piece of that is within the RFP, many had suggested a pre-RFP where within the rating, there is actually a rating system that maximum 20 points on philanthropy. So many of them felt it should be embedded right in the RFP process of what are you giving back into this project.
Okay, and then I also heard that nonprofit organizations were a partner in this and active, willing participants. How do they see their role accelerated in this?
The nonprofit housing providers?
Yes.
Experts. I think they're coming to the table as part of the partnership, but experts, and also the opportunity for them to, as Ms. Ford alluded to, really reach out to individuals who are experiencing homelessness and ask for their ideas on programming and design. So the nonprofits play a really critical role here on the partnership side, but also in understanding the need. They should be defining the need. The need should define what the build and requirements are, and that was sort of across the board. through not only on the nonprofit side, but also in the business community as well.
Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you, Councillor Banga. I just have a couple quick questions because I frankly don't know the answer. Are there federal or provincial tax incentives or rebates or programs that that would align with what we're trying to do, or are we advocating for such things in order to help encourage private developers to lend their expertise and their capacity to these efforts?
So I can take that one. So, Councillor Paquette, there's some limited examples. They're not widespread, but there definitely are some. CMHC has a rental construction financing initiative, which is more on the affordable housing side, but it does reward private developers for partnering with a nonprofit by giving them access to preferential rates in terms of financing, and also access to insurance for their lending. So that's one example. And in Edmonton, we have received some limited dollars through that. I know I believe it was Landmark in the West End had a project that was funded through that. And we also, and then at the provincial level, I can't think of any specific examples currently, but the province is working on a new affordable housing strategy in line with the report that came out right before Christmas. And so I expect we'll see more details on that soon. And then at the municipal level, we have our affordable housing investment program, which is eligible for applications from both nonprofits and private sector entities as well.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, it just seems that there could be maybe a more concerted effort on those levels of government to encourage this kind of investment. Which leads me to my second question, and it sounds like a big question, but it's actually really targeted to this kind of effort. I know the city on the website, we call housing a basic human need. Have we ever made a declaration or a statement that housing is a human right?
So I can start. So I think that some representatives of this, the city may have at times supported initiatives that identify housing as a human right, but no formal declaration that I'm aware of has been made on the part of the city.
All right, because I'm wondering if such a declaration were made, if that would signal to other orders of government and to the public that this is an issue we take seriously, that we're working on. It's not perfect, and it is a journey, but by declaring it a human right, we commit ourselves, and we ask other orders of government and the private sector to commit themselves to fulfilling this right. And of course, for all of the many host of reasons why it is an intelligent and strategic use of funds in order to achieve goals and to save money. So, thoughts on that?
Councillor Paquette, this is Jennifer Little from the Legal Services Branch. In terms of making a proclamation on a rights-based...
I'll just interrupt you for a second. We can barely hear you. If you could speak a little closer to your mic.
Let me see if I can turn this up a bit more. Is that a little bit better?
A little bit.
Okay, sorry, I'll try to speak up as much as I can. In terms of taking a human rights-based approach to housing, I certainly think that the city can go forth with a goal that housing for all is a very important and vital part of our goals for the city. However, to put it in a rights-based language, it might essentially conflict with the state of the current law in terms of human rights at a provincial level and at a federal level. So I think that we can certainly have the goal to have housing for all, and to proceed with the goal to have affordable housing for those that need it. But to go as far as to take a rights-based approach may be in conflict with current state of provincial and federal laws.
Understood. So, parsing the language, maybe if I were to do it, I might say that I consider housing, I feel that it should be a human right. And that would get us out of all sorts of little legal entanglements.
I think that's a fair statement, Councillor, and I think that we can certainly use the language of having a goal to have affordable housing for all without having to wade into the waters of a rights-based discussion.
Yeah, and the only reason I bring it up is because while our commitment is strong, and it has been for a very long time, you want that commitment to continue into future councils, future administrations, and future governments. And I think that too often housing has fallen by the wayside, and I would like to keep it in the forefront of things. But that's my time. Councillor McKee, go ahead.
You make that motion, I'll vote yes. I wanted to start with the genesis of the listening mission report. I suspect other council members had the same experience of dealing with business owners who were dealing with the side effects of homelessness and how it was marring their business. And we heard certainly from the BIAs the same story. And as I started to talk to more and more business folks about this, it was clear that it went beyond enlightened self-interest, that there really was care and concern. And I'm, often taken aback by the personal commitment some in our business community make to city building. They really do have big hearts and they want to help in this regard. So that was the genesis of this idea and where it started. And then I went to two of those folks that I have had to deal with over time. That was John Day and Kevin McKee. And I just wondered, I asked them about, what did you think about us doing a sort of I don't know if I called it a workshop at that point, but they just jumped right on. I always remember Kevin McKee pulling a notebook out and he was already starting to do calculations on square footage and costs and stuff. And I said, Kevin, I think you're maybe going too fast here. But they helped reach out to other people, and we had a really good turnout at the workshop. And I want to thank people like Elaine Hishka and Inspector Dan Jones, who spoke, Dave Ward from Ambrose, who spoke. Colton gave a really good presentation from the city's perspective. The mayor of the city of Edmonton spoke, and I really appreciated that too. And I appreciate the mayor's leadership on housing, along with Councillor Walters. But, all of this, the entirety of this council has been completely supportive of our affordable and supportive housing goals. And I think that is really remarkable and unusual. And this was just another way to get further ideas because funding has been tight. And it was sort of called Made in Edmonton was the original idea because we maybe have to go it alone on some of this stuff. So we can find other ways to do it to build supportive housing more efficiently. Why wouldn't we have a look at that? So I want to thank all the people who came out to that too. And Ms. Huckaluck's version of this matched mine, that these truly were, I can't speak for each and every one, but for the most part, I was hearing from people who said, we're ready to help. And we've seen other examples of this in the community, I think, of the way the iHuman, the new building was done, and now is a bunch of competing construction companies throwing in to do the work. I think it was done, I don't know if it was at cost or was donated, but competing construction companies came in to do that work. And that's a kind of philosophy and attitude I think we see all over this city. And I think tapping into that, into our partners in city building is a really good idea. I thought it was really important to recognize as well the work that Jackie and Crystal and Colton and others on the team have been doing. They've been running flat out. And, the idea that we might have 5 modular housing projects open relatively soon, I won't put a date on it, but relatively soon at least in geological time. I think it's just an amazing thing that they have done. along with leadership of people I mentioned earlier. So I think this is a really good news story, and so there's a little bit of a promise in here in this motion to say, keep doing what you're doing, but at some point, please come back to this report and see what else we can do to take advantage of these partners. And so I want to thank everybody. You've done amazing work, and I know you'll continue to do amazing work, which is for some of us who will not be on the next council, I feel very comfortable with the people in administration that have been fostering this all along the way. So thank you very much. And Chair Paquette, thanks a lot for indulging me today on this one. It's a bit of a near and dear to me. So thank you.
Thank you. If there's nothing else, the last thing to do here is to vote. So go ahead. Let us vote.
Oh, sorry. I put in a request to speak, but it didn't.
Oh, my apologies. Mayor Iveson, please.
Thought I did anyway. Sorry about that. Oh, there it is. Okay. Maybe I didn't press the right button. I'll promise I'll be quick because I don't want to steal any of Councillor McKean's important thunder on this, who has been just stalwart on this for his almost 8 years on City Council, and before that in his time as a columnist writing about these issues from a place of real thoughtful compassion. And so that shines through today. So thanks for your leadership, Scott. I think there are a lot of important themes in this report, but I think making sure that those themes are shared and understood by many stakeholders, including our implementation partners and potential sort of co-finance and innovation partners on how to deliver different kinds of housing in the city is critical. And so I think that this, has raised the level of debate around that with a broader set of community leaders, this exercise. And so I want to thank Sandra for that, and Scott for leading it, and administration for supporting it. I could focus on a lot of different parts of this report and their themes and recommendations that I agree with, but I want to put the key theme around: by reducing homelessness, crime rates and the business environment will improve. In a similar context to what Councillor McKean was getting at. There are many questions about our business districts and their future during COVID and after COVID. We've been talking a lot about social disorder and challenges to bringing investment and keeping talent in our city because of these challenges. I want to emphasize Edmonton is not alone in that. Talking to the other big city mayors, this is a global downtowns problem, and particularly in Canada, where housing policy is playing catch up, not just in Edmonton, but in cities across the country. That we are not alone in these issues. But I do think we have done as much as anyone, as near as I can tell, to convene allies to make the case for that this is not an intractable problem, but this is a very solvable problem with a lot of benefits. And our enlisting our business community to make this case, particularly to our provincial government, has meant that we have spent quite a bit of time talking about social disorder and crime and investment. But I think that what comes through from this report that is moving from having participated in some of these discussions is that, as Councillor McKean said, it is not just enlightened self-interest and a desire to see their businesses thrive in an environment with lower crime and lower social disorder. These are folks who are invested in our city in a very literal sense, as city builders, as entrepreneurs, as builders, as landlords, and as entrepreneurs in their own right, who care very deeply about the future of this city, and who have very deep Edmonton values when it comes to wanting to make sure that no one gets left behind, that people are treated fairly and with dignity. And so there is tremendous compassion in our business community. And that comes through in this document. Sandra's captured that really, really nicely. That's why I wanted to make sure to share this with the government of Alberta. And my thanks to the business community for putting their heart on their sleeve about the value of getting this done for our city, not just for business, not just for investment, not just for safety and social disorder, but because it is an opportunity for Edmonton to continue to show national leadership in a way that they want to be proud of as Edmontonians and that they will benefit from as entrepreneurs. So this is not a false dichotomy at all. I really think this is leveraging all of the strengths of our community and all of the voices in our community to continue to make the case for investments that our city has courageously taken, that the government of Canada is increasingly stepping up for, and that we continue to make the case pre-budget to the government of Alberta to invest now just in the operating dollars, having secured the capital dollars to deliver these facilities. And so I still think this is very much achievable work that our community can be proud of what we've already accomplished here. And I think the trajectory is very hopeful. I look forward to, as a private citizen, I guess, seeing the report come forward a year from now, showing all of the amazing things that will have happened between now and then. With thanks again to all of the folks involved on the private sector side, in the community leadership side, and the agencies doing extraordinary work in the midst of COVID. Everybody who is pulling together to end chronic homelessness in Edmonton for everybody's benefit, so we leave no one behind.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well said. Edmonton continues to push the envelope for a lot of other municipalities. And with that, let's vote.
Yes.
I am also a yes.
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 Mayor Iveson, you're actually officially on this committee while you're here, aren't you?
When I drop in, yeah. Interloper privileges. I'm flexing that today for this.
That is 5 for 5. I think.
Yes, we have all the votes.
By the vote? Yeah. All right. That's what I heard. 5 for 5. Great. Well, that's this item, and thank you everyone for all your hard work. It's fantastic. All right. So let us move on to more innovation. Item 6.1, innovative funding strategies to build, operate, and maintain recreation centers. And I believe that there is a slide deck from administration, after which we will hear from speakers.
Yeah, we'll just load up the slide deck here, Mr. Chair. Okay, ready to go here. So since this report does potentially connect with a number of other areas in our administration, we do have staff here from, obviously from our Community and Rec Facilities branch. Roger Jevney is going to walk through some slides in a minute. Finance, I believe, is here, IIS, and Fleet and Facilities Services. Just by way of introduction, the report this afternoon is a continuation of a report from January 2020 at Exec Committee that looked at innovative funding strategies to build, operate, and maintain recreation centers. Today's report describes what potential opportunities are available that could fund the design and development, as per the motion that directed this, of a new Rolling Miles Recreation Center. Examples of funding opportunities include local improvement taxes, community amenity contributions through the private sector, development community, user fees, partnerships either for both either or both capital and operating, fundraising, and even the leasing of parkland space. The initial conclusion of this work is that none of these individual options would result in funding the total estimated cost of approximately $76 million to fund the design and construction of the facility. These funding opportunities were examined through various conversations as directed by Council with both the Friends of Scona Recreation and the development community. With that introduction, I'll pass it over to Mr. Jevney to continue the presentation. Oh, Roger, your mic. You got to get your mic on there, Roger.
My apologies, working on one screen. We did look at these tools and we focused on what might work at the Rolling Miles Rec Center. So in this neighborhood, with this project as it had been planned to date, and really try to focus on which may be more viable than others in this context. So we looked at a local improvement tax. It could be utilized to offset all or part of the cost of the rec center. However, it is an additional tax on residents in the area over and above their existing property taxes. There is an established process to follow that would confirm the catchment area. We would identify the percentage of the cost that would be funded through this mechanism and a process to confirm resident support. Community mandate contributions could be used to fund a portion of the facility or certain amenities in the building or the adjacent park, but they would not generate sufficient funds to support the full cost of the project. And the capital fundraising campaigns would require significant investment from residents and organizations to manage a campaign. So an appropriate fundraising target could be set to support specific amenities or elements of the facility. Next slide, please. We looked at a capital user fee, which would be a fee, an additional fee on users of the facilities to help offset the debt servicing costs. However, any significant fee may adversely affect attendance at the rec center by driving the total cost of admission up and turning some users away. Capital partnerships could also help support the development of this facility, and we continue to explore partnerships to support the development and operation of rec facilities. Work is underway to look at options for other facilities that may identify opportunities for this Rolling Miles project as well. Next slide. For the Rolling Miles Center, certain operating options were considered more viable than others as well. Naming rights could be an option. If council wished us to pursue naming rights, we would follow the existing process we have, and we would recommend that those revenues be used to offset operating costs. Parking fees or other user fees could be another option to offset operating and maintenance costs of the rec center. Currently, Scona Pool has a third-party operator, and if the right structure for the operation of the rec center was in place, a third-party operator may be willing to manage the facility. And as part of a council motion that was passed in December, we are engaging with the public school board about possible cost-sharing options for facilities like this one and offer space for important school programs. We looked at other potential tools and strategies as well. Reducing the scope of the project would bring the costs down. However, the scope was established following a long community process and an assessment by administration, and scope reduction is not supported by the community partners that we worked with. Phasing the project over time may provide some opportunities for the area in a shorter time frame if funds aren't available to deliver the full scope, but this would likely lead to an increase in the overall cost of the project. Leasing or selling parkland was examined. This would allow developers to access parcels of land they may not have otherwise been able to access. However, it may not be an acceptable alternative given the work in place to improve the current park and the community's appreciation for that park. We looked at selling air rights. It really wasn't considered viable for this project due to the limited community support for large-scale high-rise developments, which would be required to support the project. Tax increment funding or community revitalization levy may be difficult to implement. Increases in property values arising directly as a result of a new rec center can't be accurately measured, and if it could, it would likely take many years to generate the required funds. And a CRL would also require the approval of the provincial government. Offsite levies are also possible in mature neighborhoods. However, it may take some time to collect monies due to much smaller subdivision opportunities and slower rates of growth than in greenfield areas. It may also be a deliberate choice not to collect levies in areas where infill and redevelopment is being encouraged. And a special tax is difficult to use for a large capital project such as the Rolling Miles Rec Center, as the funds raised through an annual bylaw need to be collected and spent in the same year. So on the last slide, taking all these tools and considerations into account, there was no one untapped source that would fully support the development without some significant implication. There are tools that could be used in conjunction with each other to lower the overall direct investment by the city, and tools that may be a better fit for recreation facilities in other areas of the city. So we'll stop there and return once you've had a chance to hear from the speakers to answer your questions.
All right, thank you. So we will now hear from speakers on this in a panel. And I will read out your names. So this will be the order in which we will hear from you. Matt Bakowicz, Raj Mami, Julie Kusek, Kirsten Goa, Elaine Soles, Joe Huco, and Serena Lutz. So some of you, this might be your first time speaking at committee. So I will just let you know that each speaker will have 5 minutes to make comments. The clerk and myself will run the official timer. However, you may want to use a timer for yourself as well. When you're finished, please stay in your seat or on the line, or both, as committee may wish to ask questions. And for those participating virtually, which I believe is all of you today, please refrain from using the chat function in Google Meet during the meeting. Additionally, remember to mute your microphone and Before we begin, maybe acquaint yourself to where your mute button is. There always seems to be a little bit of an issue there. So mute your microphone when you are not presenting or answering questions, and we are ready to go. So we will begin with Matt Bakowicz. And please correct me if I pronounce your name incorrectly.
Very well done. Thank you, Councillor. My name is Matt Bakowicz, and I'm president of Active Communities Alberta, a nonprofit society comprised entirely of volunteers. I work as a financial executive and I'm a chartered professional accountant and also have a master's degree in sport and recreation. I look forward to sharing some insights today for your consideration. There's a spectrum of recreation delivery approaches. These range from facilities that are operated by the municipality to nonprofit facilities to for-profit facilities. It is our position that the nonprofit approach is optimal. I would like to expand on some key opportunities identified in the committee report. From a capital cost perspective, one benefit of nonprofits is that we can access additional funding streams, such as government grants, and also obtain charitable donations more readily. An example is the Vivo nonprofit facility in Calgary, which recently received $15 million from the province towards capital construction costs. Another example is the Saville Centre in Edmonton. In that situation, Edmonton contributed $9 million towards the $36 million facility. The rest of the cost was funded through grants from the province and federal government and through donations. Nonprofit facilities can operate on a self-sustaining basis without the need for ongoing taxpayer support. On the revenue front, corporate sponsors tend to find extra value in being associated with nonprofit facilities. For example, Shane Holmes paid $3.5 million for naming rights at a Calgary YMCA. Gaming proceeds are also an important source of revenue for these facilities, again, something that municipalities cannot access. The nonprofit approach results in facilities that can reduce the capital cost burden on taxpayers and quite often eliminate the operating cost burden altogether. Calgary has found the nonprofit approach so successful that the majority of their major recreation facilities are operated by nonprofits. Calgary hasn't owned and operated a new arena facility since the 1980s. In comparison, over 75% of Edmonton's arenas are operated by the city. So what does this all mean? It means that recreation facility partnerships provide opportunities to address social and economic challenges. Our organization specifically has interest in the Lewis Farms Rec Center, and we would like to be considered as a potential partner on this project. We recognize that the public expects these recreation needs to be addressed now, and that Lewis Farms will take time to build. We do have a solution for this, a solution that can serve as an initial phase of the Lewis Farms project and deliver on community needs almost immediately. Specifically, this solution is an outdoor recreation facility that could be completed by September of this year. The facility could feature 2 refrigerated ice rinks, a freezeway trail, and a heated change building. In the summer, the concrete pads could be used for basketball, pickleball, ball hockey, fitness classes, and much more. The wide range of activities will appeal to all demographics. We are proposing to replicate an approach that has been used extensively in Europe and Eastern Canada. For example, Toronto has 54 refrigerated outdoor rinks. Our facility would represent the first refrigerated outdoor rink in the Edmonton region and would be a total cost that is 1/100th of the Lewis Farms Rec Center budget. Based on all of this, our suggestion today for the committee is twofold. To move forward with a request for expressions of interest regarding the Lewis Farms Rec Center. This will enable the opportunities identified in today's committee report to be further investigated. And our second point is to address the immediate needs by directing administration to explore our proposed outdoor recreation facility at the Lewis Farms site. This project offers substantial community benefit and can be done at 1% of the cost of the Lewis Farms facility. And on top of this, it can be delivered by this fall. We have an organization that has done extensive fundraising and can bring funds to this project to offset a substantial portion, if not all of that cost. On behalf of our board, I thank you for your time and would be happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you very much. We will now move to Raj Mami.
Hello, councillors and mayor. Thank you for allowing me to speak on to item 6.1 today. My name is Raj Mami, and I'm representing a group who is looking to build an integrated athletic and sports facility in Northeast Edmonton. I would like to play you a brief introductory video before telling you more about this project. You can play the video, please.
Not to worry, I've paused your time as we are overcoming technical difficulties.
My apologies, the video is loading, so it should be up momentarily.
If it works better for the clerks, we can maybe circle back, unless you feel you've got a solution.
That's probably the best option, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you for your patience, Raj. So we will move on now to Julie Cusick.
Good afternoon, councillors. My name is Julie Cusick, and I am the president of Queen Alexandra Community League. Thank you for allowing me to speak on alternative financing for rec centers, and specifically the Rollie Miles Rec Center. Sorry for that glare on my screen. It's sunny in here. Over the past 2 weekends, we brought together dozens of volunteers to discuss and develop a joint opinion on the report in front of you today. If you'd like receipts on that conversation, please ask. Together, we have 3 asks of committee. Number 1, let's move forward on specifics for construction financing for Rollie Miles Rec Center. Number 2, please fund design this spring. As a heads up, we are also actively looking for ways to get construction funded before the 4th council, we're in front of today, changes to the 5th. Number 3, thank you for keeping Scona, East Glen, and Oliver open. Rollie Miles is the test pilot for Edmonton, providing an example of small-scale, functional, high-quality, but less expensive local recreation for Edmonton. Expectations around the threshold of alternative financing required to give Rollie Miles the green light should be kept in mind for other areas of Edmonton as well. Now, I'd like to share with you 6 key messages from our community conversations. Number 1, local rec is an essential service and would ideally be funded through the general tax base exclusively. However, current economic circumstances are challenging the way Edmonton continues to operate and grow, which is why this report and opportunity is so important. I also think it's a real gift that there are citizens willing to mobilize their neighbors around alternative financing. Change is hard for community, but we're here today looking for partnership with the city in creativity and in execution of a plan that will move us forward into our post-COVID world. Number 2, alternative financing for construction operations and maintenance can pay for a portion not the total costs of local recreation. At the end of the day, these facilities are still public facilities for all of Edmonton. Number 3, it's a mix of alternative mechanisms that is what's needed, chosen in the context of a local area's strengths and challenges. We have emailed City Council detailed comments on that report that Roger Jevney spoke to earlier, and please ask any questions if you have them. Number 4, alternative financing. If alternative financing is applied to one site, that lens should be applied across the board, even if the specific tools are different depending on that local context. And this applies both to the construction and to the operation side of things. Number 5, Rolling Miles should be the first to test out alternative financing for a larger construction project. We're here today with this report because of more than a decade of community advocacy and more specifically conversations over the last couple of years. We've been leading Edmonton for years on adapting the model of local recreation. We've put in the work. We want to continue to forge a path, be leaders, and be the first mover. To have another large-scale project get constructed prior to Rolling Miles would be seen as queue jumping. Number 6, Rolling Miles is the living example of the city plan in 15-minute neighborhoods. There is increasing local population density in the communities surrounding the proposed site, and community members there welcome the density. We know that this is essential for Edmonton's future financial and environmental sustainability, and in exchange for a more busy, crowded, and noisy area to live, we expect amenities to be renewed and replaced within walking and biking distance of our homes. Scona Pool will fail one day, and Rolling Miles needs to be ready with open doors when that day arrives. So I thank you for your time and welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. We will now move to Kirsten Goa.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to speak today specifically to a few of the tools in the report, as well as a few additional considerations. First of all, I want to thank administration for all the time they've spent working with us, for council for encouraging this exploration, and also all the community, schools, sports associations, and industry members who've spent time exploring these possibilities with us. This is a first step, and we want to continue this collaboration to flesh out the most effective and feasible scenarios for Rolling Miles. We see this as a suite of tools, and no one tool should be seen as a way of funding the whole project, and more in-depth scenario planning is needed to determine the most effective approach. We have discussed with administration that a CRL isn't discussed in detail in the report, and we recognize the challenge of negotiating with the province on establishing a conventional CRL that includes the education tax. But from our discussion so far, this would be the most desirable approach. However, a city-led CRL, that sort of informal, that did not include the education tax portion could also be helpful. The unique feature of a CRL is that it captures the tax uplift that comes with density and property value increases without adding a line item to the tax bill. Should the province not be amenable, we could still potentially capture that tax uplift without the education tax portion. Alternatively, we are also open to the neighborhood improvement levy, although more engagement would be necessary. We've had extensive conversations about this and would suggest a modest $25 to $50 a year levy would be acceptable and could be absorbed by community members within the catchment. It's important to note that the $163 amount is too much from our perspective, but also reflects the full capital cost of build out. In discussing options for collaboration with industry, we know that the current community amenity contributions wouldn't put much of a dent into the full cost, but again, working with the neighboring communities to pool developer paid CACs would provide some capital. Also, our discussions with industry have focused a fair bit on the possibility of using existing land on the site and leasing that land in a long-term way, where a developer could build not on parkland per se, but on the area in the master plan where there's a footprint for a 186 stall surface parking lot. That's in the master plan right now. I think as we are moving away from surface parking lots, I think thinking about this differently is important. The income from the lease and annual payments in lieu of property tax could potentially contribute to construction and operation of the rec center. And other partnerships in a similar vein could also work. We've had conversations with a number of industry members in the development or development consultant project management realm who are already investing in these neighborhoods. Only a few were able to attend meetings with administration, but all of them expressed interest in learning more and participating in further conversations, and some of them were quite enthusiastic. One industry member did suggest that it would require air rights to build to 12 or 14 stories, but again, to pay for the entire recreation center. We know that would not be a popular option for community, but a low to mid-rise mixed-use building with shared parking would be more palatable and could contribute a portion of capital costs, again, without carving up any of the actual parkland. It would help create a neighborhood hub, a multi-use facility with a lot more users, and also generate operations revenue through paid parking. As a side note, 2 different developers also mentioned the CMHC rental construction loans. Although traditional affordable housing models wouldn't generate the capital needed, this program provides low interest capital funding for rental housing that includes a portion of more affordable housing and can be accessed by developers or municipalities or nonprofits. I'm aware of at least 2 private projects that are accessing or attempting at least to access that funding in the Raleigh Miles catchment already. And whether this would be an option or not remains to be seen, but it may be a way for the city, industry, or other partners to access capital for this site. For the housing side of things. Another community member also is active in environmental consulting and willing to look at funding opportunities from the federal government in making Raleigh Miles a green building. We remain open to partnership and continue dialogue in this vein in order to accelerate the construction timeline and reduce overall costs to the city. So, and really, in order to meet our goals, as articulated in city plan, we need to prioritize 15-minute districts. We need to get innovative about how we provide these amenities to communities and attract investment and new families. So I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Perfect timing. And just so everyone knows, we're going to keep the friends together of SCONA, and then we'll circle back to Raj. So let's go with Elaine Soles.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll get myself here on screen and unmuted. Good afternoon, and I had signed up to answer questions only, and I am speaking this afternoon as a result of that on behalf of Diana Staley, and she has sent a video which I believe the city clerk has and can play for you.
Okay, well, I guess we'll see if we can get that video loaded. Here we go.
Good afternoon, councillors. My name is Diana Staley, and I'm a resident of Queen Alexandra. I have decided to provide a video presentation since I was not able to be there in person. My husband, my 11-year-old son, and I are all keen to have a new recreation center built in the area. We are an active family and would certainly use the facility, such as Raleigh Miles. I know many of our neighbors are also really interested in this facility. My main purpose for showing up virtually to this committee meeting, in addition to stating my support for this project, is to add to the conversation about alternative funding sources. With tight city budgets, especially during COVID, additional funding sources to consider would help support the decision to see this project through to the next steps. This new recreation facility could be used as a model in the city for how to build an environmentally sustainable recreation center. This would help the city meet its climate change goals, as well as other goals such as emission reduction targets, its 15-minute neighborhood plans, and its strategy around energy transition. In essence, this project could simultaneously meet the needs of its citizens and provide an opportunity for the city to meet its environmental goals. If this recreation center were built as an energy efficient building, new funding opportunities may be unlocked to help this project get off the ground. I would like to just mention some of the other non-municipal financial supports out there that could support this project. First is the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, also called FCM. This organization has funding available to municipalities such as Edmonton under its Green Municipal Fund. The city would be the main applicant, but then it could partner with other organizations such as NGOs and nonprofits, and in our case, potentially the community organizations that are involved in this project. The Green Municipal Fund provides a range of funding, including capital costs and other related administrative, advertising, and auditing costs. The program provides loans and grants and may provide the right opportunity to support this project. FCM funding is one of the major funders for capital costs. Other funding sources, such as from the federal government, are also available. For example, the federal government has an energy efficient buildings and communities program, which can fund net zero buildings and other energy efficient programs. Third are a host of other organizations that can provide ancillary funding that could help with other capital costs, such as solar panel installations and other energy conservation plans. This type of funding could be made available through the the Municipal Climate Change Action Center, otherwise known as the MCCAC. This organization partners with urban and rural municipalities to impact climate change, lower energy costs, reduce GHG emissions, and improve climate resilience. Some of their relevant programs include Alberta Municipal Solar Program and a Municipal Energy Manager Program to help find cost-saving opportunities. Fourth, there's an opportunity to integrate green infrastructure into the recreation facility. Green infrastructure can refer to utilizing nature to help provide some of the municipal services, such as clean water. For example, a green roof can be used to increase pervious surfaces in the city, which can help to reduce stormwater runoff and ultimately contribute to cost savings for the city. These impacts can be beneficial for both the building and the municipality. FCM provides funding for green infrastructure projects as well as other organizations. My intention here is not to make a long laundry list of funding opportunities, but simply to highlight that there are additional funding opportunities that could be considered, particularly for an environmentally sustainable recreation center. This project could potentially piece together several funding opportunities to make it financially feasible. My hope is that this information is a reminder that creative solutions can be used to meet the community and city goals. I thank you very much for your time, and since I'm not there, I have a person that can answer questions on my behalf. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
All right. Well, thank you for presenting that, Elaine. We will now circle back to Raj Mami.
So if they could start the video. Please.
Sport and recreation is the lifeblood of any community. Dedicated space for members of the community to gather, work out, and play sports impacts the surrounding area's youth development and offers healthy lifestyle options. The proposed A1 athletic facility for North Edmonton will provide our city with a state-of-the-art multi-purpose space with an indoor and 2 outdoor CFL and FIFA pro-grade artificial turf fields, along with 2 indoor basketball courts. The A1 athletic facility will be one of the city's premier destinations for everything sport, including public gym memberships, a strength and conditional development program, personal training, and integrated space for physiotherapists and other health professionals. In addition, the A1 athletic facility will host high-performance academies for soccer and football. Our leadership team is currently working with City of Edmonton officials, our sponsors, and vendor partners to bring this vision to a reality. Stay tuned for more updates from our team on this exciting project for the Edmonton area. Our vision aligns with Connect Edmonton and making our city a great one to live, work, and play.
So as you can see, the project for the A1 athletic facility aligns well with the goals of Connect Edmonton, the city's strategic plan. This multi-purpose space fills a void for North Edmonton in terms of indoor and outdoor recreation and elevates the City of Edmonton's youth development and sports camp exposure. We have reached out to numerous stakeholders in the City of Edmonton, including members of community, sports teams, youth organizations, and all 33 community leagues in Northeast Edmonton with unanimous support for our project. I have also reached out to a number of you with additional information about this exciting project. Currently, we have funding in place to build this facility and would like to break ground soon. However, are currently dealing with the bureaucracy of zoning restrictions and overcoming the challenge of getting utilities and upgraded road infrastructure to this site, as well as approval for temporary on-site septic until this work can be completed. I want to work with elected officials and city administration to move this project forward rapidly and hope to garner support in helping bring services to this site. As a part of item 6.1, innovative funding strategies to build, operate, and maintain recreation centers, I ask the council to support creative initiatives such as the A1 athletic facility, which will add value to Edmontonians and also be a contributor to the city's property tax revenues. And that's it.
Great, perfect. Thank you very much. Very efficient use of time. So we will now move on to Joe Huco.
Thank you for allowing me to present today. I'm an East Glen patron. I was pleased to see Matt's elaboration on the Calgary model, so that was really informative. Regarding this report, a framework or the like would help guide development of funding strategies. Reference may include relevant aspects of the current approach to community recreation and planning document, the 15-minute community, and the city's strategic objectives. Value propositions are also vital to enticing various stakeholders to provide funding, whether they be patrons, taxpayers, external partners, or other levels of government. I'll cover some of those in an example. Also, establishing categories of recreation centers would also help, as all-inclusive strategies are too broadly based to distinguish differing considerations. For example, large, medium, and small-scale development and specialty-oriented centers such as Kinsman, Combined Coronation, Peter Hemingway, and Commonwealth are different. Also differentiate between enhancing current facilities through renewal or growth, replacing current facilities, new facilities where none exist within existing neighborhoods, and finally, new facilities within new subdivision developments. The 50% over and 30% under range described in the report should be tightened sooner in the planning process to avoid situations such as happened with Coronation Recreation Center. It's evident this is a challenge for budget credibility and will add uncertainty and challenges to developing funding strategies. Consider also that the residents have already or will fund through property taxes large-scale developments in communities around Clairview, the Meadows, Terwillegar, Commonwealth, Coronation, Peter Hemingway, and Lewis Farms, and recent major renovations to Bonnie Doon, Jasper Place. Community patrons will community or patron-specific tax levies and fees will be seen as unfair. Also for consideration in a framework is why are funding strategies limited to recreation centers when there are many more public amenities. Finally, managing facilities on a portfolio basis like investments that recognizes their differing strengths and purpose, including equity, would be a more meaningful perspective than a straight dollar approach. Now I'll present two potential funding recommendations. These don't address SCONA, but recognize that there should be different approaches. The first, let's look at new facilities within new subdivisions. These are likely a large scale. Uncertainty about the nature and timing of all facilities, not just recreation, is a major concern for residents in new subdivisions. Providing certainty will permit organized development, which is much more efficient for developers and the city, be complementary, if not essential, to the 15-minute community concept, greatly reduce the financial gymnastics that currently occur for funding facilities, and likely make residents more amenable to paying a reasonable premium for peace of mind about having facilities. An approach might look like this. First, develop guidelines for providing facilities that should be included in new communities, going beyond just setting aside land. Secondly, work with stakeholders, being developers, school boards, health services, in addition to city criteria for parks, fire halls, etc., to agree on facilities. Thirdly, reliably estimate facility costs and establish a benefit strategy-based cost sharing among residents, developers, and governments. The value propositions are the development being more desirable by purchasers, quicker sales for developers, fewer subsidy demands of the city by developers, more stable and lower cash flow for the city, and potential for grants. Fourth, calculate a fee to be added to the properties and be placed in a reserve when collected at the time of sale. With home prices easily in the $400,000 to $1 million range, $5,000 to $10,000 would not be excessive. And finally, develop and adhere to facility development schedules and ensure communication with stakeholders. The second example is on the other end of the scale, which is really small scale. And these might even be in the range of 10 to 20% of the size of Scone. Amounts spent in the last 10 years, plus the amounts currently planned for large-scale taxpayer-funded facilities, approach a surprising $1 billion. By comparison, investment in existing community-based facilities is insignificant. Set a threshold, such as the amounts recently spent on Bonnie Doon and Jasper Place, under which they are just included with other taxpayer-funded expenditures.
Great, thank you, Joe. That's your time. If you have a sentence to wrap up.
I'm done. Thank you.
Perfect, that was perfect timing. Great. We will now move on to Serena Lutz.
Sounds good. Thank you so much. So good afternoon, councillors. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I also want to say thanks to council for the ongoing operational funding for Scone Pool. My name is Serena Lutz. I'm the president of the Allendale Community League, but I'm speaking today just as a resident in the Rolly Miles service area. I also want to say briefly thanks to Julie and Elaine and the Friends of the Scone Pool who have worked so tirelessly with city administration on this initiative. I've not been involved in those discussions, but I'm aware of them at a distance. So I live in Allendale, and the rec center will be around 1.3 kilometers away from my house. I believe the rec center is an important initiative that I'll benefit from, including my family and my community. I would be willing to add a reasonable amount to my tax bill each year to contribute to the construction of the facility. And I have a few other thoughts on the report, on the alternative funding report, and many of them echo what's been said already from Kirsten and Julie. So what's reasonable amount for our tax bills? The report lists $163 per household per year for all the households within a 2.5 kilometer radius. I think this is higher than the costs that were discussed with the community stakeholders initially, and it doesn't specify for how many years. So my initial thoughts are that's quite high. I think what would be more reasonable would be somewhere around the $25 to $50 a year mark. Other thoughts are, I really urge that a combination of funding tools be used, which is kind of what's been discussed already. I think a local improvement tax should be considered in conjunction with fundraising, capital partnerships, and provincial and federal grants. I suggest revisiting the rec center service area, the 2.5 kilometer radius that was used, and factor in particularly bike lanes and other infrastructure that expand that service area, and also factor in proximity to other rec centers like the Kinsman and Bonnie Doon, perhaps considering the halfway point between these rec centers. I had previously lived in Strathcona neighborhood, and I used Scone Pool as well for the past 10 years. So if you consider the service area more broadly, you can potentially bring down that tax as well. And The report does state if you're within 5 kilometers of the facility, then the city has met its commitment to you. So perhaps a 5-kilometer radius can be used as a default in lieu of a more sophisticated catchment calculation. But I'm sure there's more to come from that on administration. I think another consideration is how to be fair for residents paying the tax versus rec center users that are traveling and not paying the tax. If we were to move forward with a local improvement tax, I think it'd be important to poll a significant portion of the residents to confirm the tax is amenable to the majority. I think that you'd likely get support from some demographics, for example, parents of kids in the Skona Swim program and some of the folks, but I recommend just a more comprehensive poll be undertaken. I guess in closure, this resource is really important to our neighborhood, and I really want to say thanks for considering alternative funding options to keep moving this forward. So yeah, please continue to move forward on the rec center at Rolling Miles.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And that is the balance of our speakers. And we will now move to questions from councillors. And first one up is Councillor Henderson, if Councillor Andrew Knack does not mind deferring.
I don't mind at all. Thank you.
Oh, thanks. Wasn't expecting that. Thanks for that, and thanks for the report. I think, and I've had the opportunity to have some conversations with a number of you, so I just want to explore a few things to the Friends of the Skona Rec folk. Essentially, I think what I'm hearing is we probably need to use a number of these tools that probably they can't cover the full freight, but they can cover a good chunk of it. Are there tools that you think are more appropriate than others? I know there were some concerns about the naming right conversation, although I suspect naming rights of the gym or the pool inside probably might be okay. For instance, that's our usual practice, but naming rights of the whole facility might be problematic. Is that fair to say?
Yes, we don't want naming rights for the facility itself.
Yeah, but there are other ways we've done naming rights. The other thing that I thought was interesting was the parking lot question. And your feeling is actually that there is some support for charging for parking. That parking lot's problematic already because it's right next to the high school, and keeping the kids from parking in there for free has always been an issue. So that's, again, one of the things that might not play in other neighborhoods, but probably would play quite well in your area, correct?
Yep, that's fair. It's worth exploring.
And then before we rule out the air rights idea, and there might be opportunities to fill some other city building things there. I mean, it's a question of degree. Going to that to cover the whole cost probably is a non-starter. But it was you guys that put on the table the idea of maybe a 3 or 4 story building could maybe do housing as part of. There's various different things that would be completely in line with your thinking, correct?
Yeah, I think that. I mean, it was. I don't think it's universal necessarily, but the 4 to 6 range is pretty common in the neighborhood, and it would possibly shadow the top of the recreation center, but wouldn't even shadow the green space. And really, we're talking about concrete otherwise. So, yeah, go ahead, Elaine or Julie.
Yeah.
I was just going to say that the important piece of that is that it would be placed on top of what would be a parking lot anyhow. Right. So it's just more efficient use of a parking lot space. We don't want to take out any greenery through that.
Yeah. But it could also go on top of the rec center itself, presumably.
Yep, as long as that shadowing stuff is dealt with, yeah.
Yeah. I had one other thought as you were speaking, and I know you haven't had a chance to talk about this, but I thought I'd throw it out there that, you know, the idea of a tax levy or of a neighborhood levy, if that could be tied in somehow or other to some kind of break for anybody who's within the catchment area on the user fee, it might feel more attractive. It's actually fairly similar to the common model we used in transit with the UPass, that it spreads the cost out of the whole neighborhood, but actually gives a break to the neighborhood, which might deal with some of the equity issues in terms of people that are coming from outside the catchment area using it. Was that discussed at all?
Ben, Councillor Henderson, we discussed it with admin a bit, but it didn't make its way into the most recent conversations because we had so many big things to talk about. But yes, that's certainly something that we would be interested in looking at as a, you know, a discounted mission.
So at this point, for the most part, all the tools are on the table. Are something that are well worth examining. We've always talked about this as a kind of pilot project for a new way of doing a smaller rec center, a smaller, more local rec center. That I know the city is looking at. Obviously we can't afford what we've been doing in the past, but this also is a really good opportunity to pilot some of these other financing pieces. Your point is that, but it has to be a pilot. It can't be a one-off. If we're going to go to a new policy around this, it would have to be a new way of working citywide as well, correct?
Yeah, correct. Whatever we do here should have implications citywide going forward. Now, there is one thing that we don't like for this as a tool, which would be that capital user fee on top of your user admission. We don't think that's appropriate. But other than that, yeah.
Okay, which is sort of the opposite of the other scenario we're looking at. But at this point, you're as a community are very enthused about the idea of continuing to put yourself forward as a model and a pilot for a new way of doing these things, and would like to keep on down this path using probably most of these tools, if not all of them, in order to at least get to some portion of the build cost, correct?
Yes, and we'd need to work through what would be an appropriate portion of that citywide versus that local piece.
And that's the next step piece that we'd have to work out, which would speak to our policy as well. We would have to build policy around this. Great, thank you. Thanks for that. I will wait to hear what others have to say.
All right, thank you. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks everyone for your presentations. I'm just going to ask some questions of Mr. Bakowicz, since Councillor Henderson covered all the other questions. You had raised a couple of ideas specific to Lewis Farms, and I wanted to just get your take and expand a little bit more. So you sort of highlighted two separate topics, one of which is a desire for an expression of interest on the overall facility. And I'm just wondering at a high level if you have some insight as to what kind of information you need to be able to submit a proper expression of interest.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. In terms of information, I think it would be insightful to have some background relative to the operating finances for the existing Edmonton recreation facilities, specifically those that may be considered as comparator facilities. I would liken it maybe to the Clairview Recreation Center. If there could be financial details provided with regards to that, it would be very helpful in building out a business model and understanding where there are opportunities for efficiencies and essentially arriving at a self-sustaining facility that doesn't require ongoing taxpayer support.
Yeah, and I know so this is obviously extremely early, but it's still worth asking, because one thing I have heard from some of the local communities around, that they're open to this idea, but have asked questions around, so if they have an annual pass for City of Edmonton recreation facilities, are there ways through a nonprofit run facility to be able to use that space if they have a City of Edmonton pass, or is there ways to try to make it more seamless versus a sort of a standalone facility that's only for that one location?
Certainly, I appreciate the universal pass, and I know talking with our board, we as an organization are certainly would look forward to working with administration on finding a solution that would achieve exactly that outcome. So we are very positive in achieving that as part of this project.
Right, and that would be all part of the conversation, part of the expression of interest piece. So going, and this maybe ties into both, but focusing on the short-term piece, you've said that you believe there's an opportunity to have outdoor recreation in this location as early as this fall. The hope was that after the second quarter, the whole project could have gone to tender, but that is an unlikely scenario based on the financial circumstances that we're in right now. But this could be maybe an opportunity for quick win. Have you been talking with other groups or organizations? I'm just trying to understand the structure of who operates that. Are there partnerships with groups like, I know we had during the budget discussions last year, Hockey Alberta. Have you talked to different groups and organizations, the local community league?
Yes, yes to all of that. We've talked to many stakeholder organizations within our city and beyond. So that includes Hockey Alberta, that includes Skate Canada for Alberta and Northwest Territories, as well as many local organizations, including the Gymnasium User Groups Committee, Ringette Association, Hockey Edmonton, and many others. So there's definitely been significant engagement by our group in this, and the more recent conversations have really turned to recognizing that we need to respond as a society to the current circumstances that we face, and that is that there's a lot of social and mental and physical impacts of this prolonged pandemic. And thinking about recreation, for example, outdoor recreation has been a huge piece that people have taken advantage of in unprecedented ways in response. And we expect that outdoor recreation will have sustained demand going forward. And that's part of the reason why we envisioned this first phase of the Lewis Farm site to be this cost-effective recreation facility that can be delivered in a timely manner. So I think responding to the current needs is obviously a very important feature of this. And we recognize that the residents in the area have been waiting for some time for the recreation needs to be addressed. And, you know, looking at a medium to large size facility, it takes years to build that. So we certainly expect that this interim facility, this first phase, would be very helpful to achieving that.
Great. I'm out of time. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Great, thank you. And I'll just quickly remind committee and the folks who are tuning in and other councillors that it is 3:09, which means we've got about 21 minutes left before the break. So we will also be having questions of administration. So we'll definitely be taking that break, even though we'll probably be finished within half an hour after that. But just a heads up on that. And I should also mention that there is no motion on the floor. And at this point, the report is only to be received for information. All right, Councillor Zadok, go ahead.
Thank you very much. So to Raj, thanks for taking this opportunity to introduce this concept to the committee. I think it's fascinating. I was privy to some of the details earlier, but I want some more details from you. So basically, you're proposing to construct a large rec center. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And for the actual construction, would you require any city money?
Zero.
Oh, that's interesting. What about and welcomed? What about to operate it?
Zero.
Okay, so what's the holdup?
All we require, we need assistance from the city to bring the sewer and the services to the property line, and during the administration process, zoning, they will not consider a interim solution of septic until that can be done. It's zoned currently as AGI. We're switching it to DC2. We can be open fairly quickly. Funding is in place, and we can wait for the sewage to be brought to site, and we can connect later when the city and the other two developers in that area go ahead and bring it that direction. So sewage can be handled with a septic system. The only thing we'd ask the city then to do at the current moment is just bring the water up 34th Street. The NDR that was done in that particular Gorman area, it needs to be amended. And administration has asked us to do an amendment, and for us to undertake doing an amendment, not having the surety that the city is going to provide us the sewer and the services for us to open this recreational center in the northeast quadrant of the city, you know, it's a costly process. And having said that, we have funds allocated for assisting families in that immediate area that can't afford this type of high-level training. So that's all we're asking of the city is just bring us the services to the property line. We'll do the rest. We're ready to go. Councillor Zadick.
Thanks for that. So you've had some preliminary discussions with the city, and obviously no one can comment on zoning until an application is in, and we have a public hearing. But you, after we hear from all the councillors ask the speakers questions, I'll put forward some of these questions to our city administration and see what other councillors think as well. But it seems reasonable to me that the city would work with you in order to help realize this rec center if it means the city doesn't have to construct one ourselves. Can you just elaborate a little bit on why you chose this part of the city, and also what are the community benefits of this rec center besides just working out?
Well, the associations out in the entire city, every single ward within the city, they're begging for indoor space in 8 months of the year when it's all winter months. The youth organizations, for example, we have already a 380-hour weekly commitment for hours of usage for our facility from all the associations, from flag football to pickleball to soccer to the Huskies to the Wildcats to baseball. Every sport has expressed over 380 hours of interest in a week, and there's only 168 hours available on a 24 hours a day for 7. Having said that, the north side, I grew up in the north side. My heart's in the north side. I moved back from Kelowna and I built a house in the north side. I'm in your ward. We're building in Councillor Paquette's ward, which happens to be, to my understanding, is the largest ward geographically in the city of Edmonton. A lot of our talented youth live in that side of the city that can't go all the way to the Scottish Dome in the south. They can't get all the way to the west. They simply can't afford it. Our group is providing opportunities to pick individuals up with a shuttle from Clairview Station and bring them to Manning Crossing. Our group is going to hire 50 people directly from that community. We're excited about providing this opportunity for Northeast Edmonton. And that's why we chose that specific area. I grew up there and I love it there.
Thanks for answering my questions. My time is up.
Thank you. Councillor Banga.
Thank you. Thanks to all the presenters today, and great presentations and questions for Ms. Cusick. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I sensed from your presentation that we should fund this from the tax levy. Am I correct in assuming that?
Sort of. So what we'd like to do is to see the conversation move forward into specifics that would get us to a green light on construction. And we want a combination of tools. And the tax levy would be one that we would consider adding in there. That's acceptable. For it to pay for the entire thing wouldn't be acceptable. But it would be one of the tools we most certainly would welcome discussing.
Okay. And you definitely do realize that we are here talking about all this today is because we don't have no funds in the tax levy to address all these needs.
Yes. And so that's what's interesting about this is a citywide benefit, but with a localized added benefit, right? So that's maybe where there's a mix there.
Okay. Going into that. So let's say we use the tax levy to fund this project for now, or at least part of it. What would you say to others who are still either waiting for their facilities to reach their use, I guess, or their access to these facilities, or in their neighborhood? what would you say to them?
So I think one of the things that's going to be really important, and this is something that I believe will have to come out of council, is a policy around how what we do at Rolling Miles will make a way forward for those other communities in a way that has an equity lens put onto it. So, you know, if there's a proportion that we say is reasonable to come out of the general tax base and another proportion that makes sense to come out of the local community, and that there's XYZ ABC tools that can be used for that local component, then I think that's going to be the way to move forward in a way that all Edmontonians across the city can get behind. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
And as far as how long, I mean, you are the fourth council that we have been in front of on this issue. In October, we will be in front of the fifth council. We've been at this a really long time.
No, I agree with you. Ms. Goa, surface parking lot to raise funds. Would you be able to tell me, isn't that another form of user fee?
Sorry. I mean, charging for parking is a fee for a service. I think we have a massive amenity in our city, huge amounts of city resources allocated to parking and to free parking, and it's not something that we've really spent a lot of time. There's a lot of value in that land, and so when we think about highest and best use of the land, you know, is free parking in a core neighborhood where we're trying to move towards, where we already actually have a higher rate of alternative transportation methods being used, really the best use of that land. So when we think about charging for parking, you know, if we're charging for use of the pool, why on earth would we give away the parking for free? Most leisure apps, and you know, I know there's been concerns about leisure access pass users and people who with less income. First of all, people with lower income are less likely to drive there in the first place. But also, if we're concerned about leisure access pass members, those folks, we could just put their parking on their leisure access pass. We can make sure that that's not a barrier. So I do think we need to be thinking a lot more about, you know, we charge humans for living, for housing, and yet for some reason we are very concerned about charging for the storage of cars. So I think it's a reasonable way for us to leverage some operational funding.
Thank you. My time's up, and I'll go second round. I got some other questions for others. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Banga. So I've got a few questions, I guess. The first one, just really quickly, Mr. Bakowicz, and that would be, you mentioned that taking on this model meant efficiencies and taking it off of the sort of the tax expenses of the citizens. But I mean, really, it's potato, isn't it? Like if it's not coming from this tax, it's coming from that tax. If we're talking about grant money from governments and so forth.
Well, I would say thank you for the question first, Councillor.
I'll be asked, so I have to ask.
Sorry. Yeah, of course. In terms of an example, I mentioned gaming funds. So gaming funds are proceeds that the casinos generate through gambling on the slots or VLTs, and that is obviously it's not a tax technically, and so I wouldn't consider that source of revenue as a tax. The other aspects are that we've talked to many corporations and private potential partners privately that could or are interested in either donating to it or providing sponsorship, or even just providing some capital or in-kind donations to get it started. So those are opportunities that are not hindering taxes and not impacting the taxpayer. In fact, it's offsetting costs that typically through a municipal approach would otherwise be borne by the municipality. So I think there's a lot of opportunity for creative solutions as this report by administration identifies, and we certainly feel like there are many other avenues than simply impacting the taxpayer pocket.
Okay, thank you. And another question, a concern that people always have is how is this going to impact city employees and employment? If you hired, like in your hiring practices, are they on par with city hiring practices and remuneration and all of those sorts of things? Because really a lot of people see the city employment as sort of the bar, that other employers can sort of look at and say, okay, so that's around where I should be. So it sort of, in the end, helps all employees across the board. So maybe speak to that a little bit.
Certainly, and Calgary is mentioned and has extensive experience in this, and I think there are some flexibility advantages in terms of scheduling hours and that sort of thing that could be provided through this approach. From a remuneration standpoint, it's one of those situations where the market determines what the price is, and if the employees we're looking to hire for our organization could go to a city facility and be hired at a higher wage, well, we're probably not going to attract them to our facility. So to your point, we would need to be competitive and, in line with the marketplace.
Yeah, and that's a good point. Without sort of city standards, the market would definitely drive everyone's wages way down below what is sustainable for them. Okay, thank you for those. And one other question, in hard times, sometimes nonprofits need a little bit of a bailout from municipalities. And, it's hard to say whether in the end you're actually saving money as a municipality after you calculate all those costs, and just your response to that.
I've gone through audited financial statements going back 10 to 15 years for many of these nonprofit facilities throughout our province. And I can say that in almost all circumstances, there is a proven history of these facilities operating very effectively and being very sustainable. As mentioned, Calgary's been doing this since the 1980s, and there may be one example, I believe a soccer facility there that has failed, but beyond that, the facilities there have been very, very strong. And the other side to this is that when we look at sustainability, there is a risk here, given the time that we're in, of having recency bias. And what I mean by that is that we are in a different time frame, and we are in a 1 in 100 year event, and that is obviously impacting nonprofits, as you say. And certainly we hope to get out of that, but at the same time, I wouldn't weigh too heavily on what's currently happening and look more longer term over the course of the last 20, 30 years with this type of a model.
All right, thank you. I'd ask questions of Raj, but I think Councillor Zadick got to them, and I'll save mine for administration. So we've got Councillor Walters next. And he's off the board, so we'll go with, unless he's here. Okay, Councillor Cartmel, if you're ready.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Sorry for that mishit. I do have a few questions just for Mr. Emami. Perhaps just a bit more clarity, sir, on you indicated that you're looking for some help bringing the utilities to your site. I'm just looking for a bit more specificity. My understanding is your site has power service, correct?
Yes, sir. The power is there, and the high pressure gas line is there. The water and sewer.
So it's water that's not, that would have to be brought to the site, and typically sanitary sewer would have to be brought to the site, and you're suggesting that a short-term possibility would be a cistern.
Correct. But administration has said no, the zoning application can't be processed. It's a no to cistern.
It's a no to cistern.
Correct. But the neighbor, the funeral center directly beside us has a cistern on site.
So I believe the general model that we're operating with, and we can check this with administration, is that all those that would connect to the new pipe essentially share the cost of the new pipe, but it's the first person in that pays for the pipe and then collects from those that ultimately connect to it after the fact. Are you getting caught up in the cost of putting in the pipe to start with? Or is it simply a cistern is just not being considered under any circumstances?
A cistern is not being considered under any circumstances. We're just told out flat out no on the cistern. And then there has to be a plan amendment done to the NDR, or the report that was done in the Gorman study. The administration is asking us to go ahead and hire civil and hire this and get an amendment to it to allow for sewer based on their plan, not to go down 26th Street and just come directly up 34th. And the costs to us are substantial based on our project if we don't even know if council is going to approve contributing to this in that way.
Okay, thank you. I think I understand better. Some similar questions to Mr. Bakowicz, if I could, just quickly. I'm not sure if he's still with us. I can't. The squares on my screen are very small. There you go. So you've suggested a short-term solution that would include 2 outdoor refrigerated pads. That would mean an ice plant. It might mean a Zamboni and other facilities. That means utilities as well. Do you have a site that you own, or what's your thoughts there?
So in terms of a location, we would propose that the Lewis Farm site would be an option. There's also the Mistaman site and further north of there, and we would be open to other sites if there's a desire. There's potential for this to be a first take at it and be successfully proven out and replicated in other parts of the city. From a servicing perspective, we've got 2 options. So there's the obviously, if there's servicing in place, traditional, then we could use that. We've also priced out the temporary servicing arrangements as discussed, and all of those would be feasible in this situation. And the price point is quite it's relatively reasonable for that purpose. So we do expect that regardless of the precise location, we could make this project into a reality. And I think the other side you mentioned is, we talk about prices and cost. Again, I said 1/100th of the cost, and it is, within the $3 to $4 million range in total, which, as mentioned, a portion, if not all, could be funded through our group. So we would be very interested in exploring this.
So you're not looking for money necessarily. The best and most appropriate site that we might make this work on, you're open to. There might be some utility connectivity questions, but we could solve that in determining the right location. So that requires its own conversation, much like Mr. Mami, a conversation with administration to come up with a unique solution on a unique site. If this did stay on the Lewis Farms site, do you see it surviving when the building was ultimately built? Like, would this be a complementary amenity? You wouldn't be pulling up a refrigerated set of pads necessarily.
Right. So I think there's a lot of synergies to your question. Number one is co-locating on the site provides additional recreation. And in terms of future use, if older brother is playing on the big rink indoors and playing a game, maybe the younger sister can go for a figure skate out on the refrigerated rink.
Right on. Thank you. Appreciate your answers. Both.
Thank you.
All right, and thank you for that. That takes us to 3:31. We'll come back at 3:46. So those who have spoken, you're welcome to rejoin us if you're interested in the rest of this conversation. And I didn't see anyone else asking questions of speakers, but there may be some questions that arise after the break, but otherwise we'll be going straight to admin. All right, thank you. See you in about 15 minutes. Okay, and we are back. Just let's go through our roll call here. Councillor Nickel.
Hello.
Hello. Councillor Zadek.
Yep, here.
I see you there. Councillor Knack, there you are.
Good
Hello.
afternoon again.
And of course, we are joined by Councillor Cartmel, Councillor Henderson, and I'm not seeing anyone else. And if I'm missing you, just please speak up. Nope, I think that's it. All right, so just really quickly, just by a nod of the head or a shake of the head, does anyone have any more questions for our speakers? Doesn't look like it. Okay, well, speakers, thank you very much. We are now going to move on to questions for administration. And I guess I'll just hop in really quick because there's been a request to make a motion by proxy. And I'm happy to do that. And this comes from Councillor Henderson. And the motion is that administration continue to work with the community and the development, let me just clear this up, and the development community on the full range of tools presented, including a CRL or similar tool, to have a partial funding strategy available for council at the next capital budget. 2, examine new policy around these new tools for funding rec centers citywide. And I don't know when he wants that report back. Councillor Henderson, do you have a preference?
I was just working out, Ms. McCary and I were just, I think probably some kind of interim report on the first part would be useful as the process goes on. But really the intent is to have this sorted out and ready to go for the next council at the next 4-year capital budget. So, I mean, what it times out in between times, I'm not sure, but that I would ask a question of administration about the best way to get there. But that's the intent of the motion. And then the second part, again, I think it does align with the Reimagine work. I think we're doing that anyway, but I thought we need to put these two things together. I have a more specific version of that second part if more specificity is needed, but it was mostly just to make clear that this is piloting something that I think needs to be a larger conversation and can't just be a load on this one project.
Okay, great. Now, I also know that Councillor Knack has a subsequent motion, as do I. And so I guess the thing to do then would be to debate this. I'll just get the will of the committee. Do you want to debate this motion, clear it out, and then make the subsequents, or do you want to put it all on the floor now and then deal with it one by one? I'd prefer the first version where we make this motion. Okay, great. Looks like we've got consensus there. Okay, so I believe that Councillor Knack's subsequent will have to do with the development on the west end, and of course mine will be on the development in the northeast. Okay, let's go. We've got Councillor Knack next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, so I have 2 subsequent motions related to the Lewis Farm conversation that we just had. I've submitted those to the clerk, but we'll deal with that at the appropriate time. So really, I think just for this, the only question I have, because I think Councillor Henderson's motion, it's Councillor Paquette's motion on behalf of Councillor Henderson, makes a lot of sense. Mr. Smythe, I think just to you, that policy conversation that's identified in point 2 is part of the Reimagine work. It's probably good to explicitly say it out loud, but there is, like, we have Reimagine work coming in June that's related to this, and I think will move us in that direction, but it's probably good to state it. Correct?
I think that's fair, Councillor. I think most of the Reimagine work is around operations, a little bit less so on capital, like new capital development. So I think having this motion would be legitimate. Just to follow up a little bit on Councillor Henderson's draft motion or proposed motion, thinking if there is an interim report, maybe if we were to do that sort of the first quarter of next year, and then that would then line it up for consideration of council as we get through the capital budget for the 4-year capital budget full at the end of that year.
Great. I think that's it for this. And I imagine it's clear, although the actual name of the report doesn't reference, the contents of the report reference Rolling Miles, but I imagine we might actually want to just explicitly say that somewhere in the point 1 to be clear, that's obviously what it was intended to be. So I'll just say that out loud if that's to the new mover, Councillor Paquette. Probably working with the Queen Alexandra community and have a partial funding strategy available for the Rolling Miles Rec Center.
That's my intent, yes.
Perfect. Excellent. Then those are all my questions for this, and I'll make subsequent after. Thank you.
All right. Councillor Walters? Oh, hopped out again. All right. Councillor Cartmel, go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. I guess specific to the Rolling Miles, at least the concept, and I'm sorry I don't see the wording of Councillor Henderson's motion, but with respect to sort of the policy piece, it seems to me that through all of this conversation that the gap that's missing here is what happens to our recreation facilities when they reach the end of their economic life. And is it fair to say that there's a policy piece missing that we move on to new facilities in newer neighborhoods, but we leave behind those neighborhoods where those facilities ought to be retired without a real plan to replace them, to essentially to renew them and then ultimately replace them? Is that fair to say or unfair to say?
Councillor, I'll jump in, but then I'll pass it over to Mr. Jevney. You know, I think our recreation facility plans, historically the master plan and the current plan that's in place in terms of approach to rec facility planning does provide that. I mean, our initial interpretation of the policies in those documents was that we would not replace SCONA because of all the factors that we've communicated to council over the last number of years. Catchment areas, distances from other facilities, the business case in terms of attendance and so on. So that was not in our policy foundation, if you will. Obviously, the last 2 years plus, as community has engaged and council has directed, reconsidering this particular facility. So, in my mind, the document we have in place is a sound document. We'll want to align it with city plan in terms of the district neighborhoods, but certainly we have invested in a number of inner city facilities directed by council and through our capital budget. But certainly, this was one of those facilities that was not in the plan, if you will. Again, direction from council has not supported that direction. So that's kind of where we're at. So we're working on this particular piece of work, and the stars are getting aligned that we will then develop a funding model, a potential funding model for consideration by council as we get into the next capital budget.
So do we then, Mr. Smith, do we need to examine some other places where these facilities we had maybe presumed would simply retire without replacement, and we need to revisit those presumptions?
That's a good, not in the aquatic business, but certainly in the ice arena business, there is a policy that's kind of out there still that our standalone arenas would not get replaced. The Olivers and Crestwoods and so on, and they're still going along, and we have not spent a lot of capital on those pieces. Mr. Jevney, do you want to jump in on that, Roger?
Sure, yeah, on the arena side, we did contemplate closing those single pad arenas and replacing them with new twin arenas in different locations in the same area of the city.
So there's a plan that sort of connects those things together in a way that if once this one goes, that one will come, kind of a thing.
Yeah, that was the intent. It would sort of be replacements for them.
Okay, and then I guess one more last question around some policy advice that might come. We've gone down the road of the mega rec center, and the next two in the queue, so to speak, would be Coronation and Lewis Farms. Will some of this policy work come back with some thought around going back to the smaller sort of community-sized recreation centers and maybe discontinuing this notion of the mega center? So, using my own word as an example, at Terwillegar, for instance, would be broken up into 2 or 3 or 4 pieces and distributed throughout the neighborhood as opposed to being built one place. I know there's an economy of scale argument there, but will our policy conversation consider that?
Roger, do you want to jump in on that?
Sure. Yeah, we certainly want to look at city plan and say, how does our current recreation planning align with city plan? And we do contemplate some changes to that. Certainly, we have a number of facilities like Skona Pool that need to be modernized and rehabilitated. So kind of the balance too between bringing those up to a current standard and building new in greenfield areas will have to be part of that policy discussion.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate your answers.
Thank you. To speak more on Palaces for the People, Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, just to get clarity here, and I'm sorry, I mean, it was a sort of draft motion that I put out just to make sure we're getting to the right place here. So, on the second part, I mean, I think I wanted to make sure that we addressed that this could be a pilot for the way we might address how these things get paid for in the future. So that was the intent of the motion. I think it is also, I would argue, and I think Councillor Cartmell's point is well taken, that it's also a pilot for a different sort of scale of more local and smaller rec center, multi-use rec center still that we can do in the future, which we've never tried. But I just want to make sure that the motion makes that clear. I think the point's well taken that this community is prepared to step up, but not to be the only ones that are expected to step up in the future from a fairness point of view. And it was that second piece that I thought needed to be tied into the thinking. So does it capture that?
For me, it does, Councillor. I mean, I think, as we look at options like a local improvement tax, for example, I'm not sure the CRL is going to be realistic, but we'll explore that. And come back.
I mean, every community is going to be different, but I do think if we're going to rethink how we fund these things, that was the second piece of work that I thought needed to go hand in hand with this.
No, I think it does for me.
Yeah. Okay. Good. And then just maybe to follow up a little bit on, the reality was, it was accepted from day one that Skona Pool is not repairable, which is part of what left us here, right? So it's a little bit different in that sense. This is a building that couldn't be renovated. If it could have been renovated, we might have had a very different conversation. And I think it was also part of their policy going forward that the idea of one-off standalone centers didn't make sense. Which is also part of why rebuilding the pool didn't make sense, which is why we've landed on something that was not part of the original conception of the policy 10 years ago, which was that we would only build these kind of mega multi-use centers because there was efficiencies in that. So that's why the idea of piloting a smaller multi-use center, I think, was not conceived in the original policy. It has been added since then, and that I think is part of, in my mind, what changed the conversation here. Is that fair to say?
That does resonate, Councillor, and the same conversation with Oliver and East Glen.
Yeah.
Those are all.
That was my next question. We're going to have an even bigger problem in Oliver, very similar to this, and if we can sort some of those questions out through this process, where we've already done some of the design, where we've already done some of the scoping work of a much, much smaller center, it may be very useful to us in the future of knowing how that's going to work and what those should look like. Because we're going to have to address this question elsewhere, correct?
Oh, absolutely, we are. Yes.
Yeah. So so this allows it to move forward. The idea was would be the next. We'll deal with the design piece. That motion's coming back in April anyway, which would make it available, and then this would allow us to have new funding tools available for the next council when they do the 4-year budget. Does that motion make that possible?
Councillor, that's how I interpret it. I think the wording does work for me.
I'm hoping it will receive support then, and I know the community is really keen on continuing to work and creating this opportunity to pilot in two ways. One is a new kind of multi-use center, understanding that single-use pieces probably don't make sense anymore. And two is prepared to pilot, as long as there's a fairness piece to it in terms of the citywide piece, new ways for us to consider funding these things, which I think is I thought was going to be part of the Reimagine work, but if it isn't, it's even more important that we flag it here. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Banga, go ahead.
Thank you. So let's explore on Mr. Mammy's proposal a bit. Has administration took a look at it any meaningful way to this point in time, or is this just emerging new concept?
Council, I believe there's someone here from city, the planning area, who can maybe address that? Roger, why don't you jump in, and maybe Stephanie or somebody else will jump in.
Councillor Banga, your context to your questions, have we looked at this type of thing before in terms of alternative financing structures?
At least this proposal. You can also comment on, have we done this kind
We
of stuff?
absolutely have looked at alternative financing options for different things in development. Revolving Industrial Servicing Fund is an example of a space that we've been in terms of looking at how we can help upfront developer contributions. Specifically for this project, I think I'd need the project team, perhaps Mr. Jevney could speak to that.
Yeah, it sounds like Mr. Mahami and I spoke last week. We have a meeting set up next week to kind of go through the proposal from our recreation side, but it does sound like he may have been in contact with some of our folks in the planning coordination group to get some advice on going forward.
Sorry, Roger, and sorry, Councillor Banga. Yes, we have met with the applicant on January 20th. It was a pre-application meeting, so very early days. Our client liaison unit is working with this applicant. We are exploring options of what we can do in this space. I think if a major facility is built, we want to make sure that the appropriate servicing is at that facility because the city can only get the servicing to those types of facility at the beginning, at the development permit phase. So we need to be thoughtful through that to not do anything that will challenge proper servicing to the facility in the long run. So we're happy to continue to work with the applicant.
Okay, no, that's great. And then my next question is about, I know it's probably too far down the road. Let's say we have sewer and water lines all the way up to there for connection to their property. And I mean, eventually someday there is going to be other construction around that area. Would you be able to shed some light on it? Who would be, like when the new people are tapping in, there's somebody is going to be paying. Those folks are going to be paying. Who do they pay to? Is it the city or is it, I guess, the people who initially started this project?
The model is the first developer in pays for the servicing associated with unlocking the land. And so the first developer in gets paid back by subsequent developers. And there are options that we have that we've explored for industrial development that allow for the first developer in to get some money from the city to help with those servicing costs. So we'll work with that applicant. I don't think we have a lot of tools to work with the applicant, but we will work with the applicant with what tools we do have in the toolbox, with the idea that we want to make sure that we've got the services in the long run at the facility.
Okay, just to, I guess, get more into our applicant's ask is, what kind of money we are talking about now? I mean, I know you don't have the figures all compiled, but just an estimate would be good enough.
Councillor Banga, I believe it's a few $1 million. So it's enough money that it's a challenge for us for sure. As I said, we'll continue to work with the applicant on this to make sure that we've got proper storm, sewer, and water services at the location.
Okay, that's great. I only got 14 seconds left, so thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I see no more questions for administration on this issue. With a reminder that there will be subsequent motions after this. So on this motion, if there's nothing else, Councillor Henderson, did you want to close?
No, I'm very happy with them. Hopefully it can be supported. I'm just, we were going to add a reference to Rollie Miles Rec Center into number 1, I think.
Yeah, and it looks like Mayor Iveson would like to weigh in.
Sorry, I missed that. I should have put it in.
I'm happy to move that as an amendment.
Any objections? Sounds good. Is that friendly to you, Councillor Henderson? Since you requested it? Yeah, okay, great.
Yeah, then
All right.
just one question. I apologize. I had to pop in and out of parts of the debate, but appreciate all the commentary and flexibility that community members have shown in their submissions about how to find an unconventional way of doing this going forward. I guess just the one other question to city administration is, I had heard some political signals about interest in looking at CRLs and financing tools in a different way from government of Alberta. Is that live at the administrative level from your perspective?
Mr. Mayor, I believe Ingrid Johnson, I don't know, Ingrid, would you have some insights on the mayor's question?
Yeah, I have not heard that the province is prepared to open up CRLs more, but we're always open for discussion with them on this issue. And whether there's any other tools or enhancements to the tools we have in the MGA, we will always have discussions with them about opportunities for additions or change.
So they're sort of, I don't know if it's written policy, but the policy signal that we've received in recent years has been that they weren't going to look favorably on more CRL applications, but the regs are still there and the mechanism is still there, yes?
Yes, the reg is for each different CRL. They have their own regulation. So you would need a regulation for any new CRL area in the city of Edmonton.
But the statutory mechanism to enable that regulation to be even considered is still there. So the door is open. Whether they would allow anyone to walk through it by approving a regulation is the active policy question. And I maybe then just speaking to it, I think given all of the other uncertainty that everybody's facing fiscally, my sense politically that there was some policy openness from the province maybe to look at some of these different tools. I think I don't think there's any limitation in the motion to working with the government of Alberta to understand that. And I think that conversation's informal at this stage. I think perhaps after the provincial budget, we'll have a better sense of where that might go. But I appreciate this motion coming forward because I think the notion of a catchment and uplift, especially for 15-minute neighborhoods where there's going to be density and additional demand, makes a lot of sense. So exploring the tools, including, and I think a CRL is actually not a bad tool for this for a lot of reasons. So I think it makes a lot of sense for Rolling Miles in particular, and potentially for other expansions and major revitalizations of core neighborhood facilities, and that it could still work in other areas too. So I'm really glad that committee's looking at this, and that obviously if this passes, the administration is going to do some more work. And I would just encourage that at the administrative level, I think there's value in continued exploration based on some of the political openness, though there have been changeovers at the province politically in the key ministry since the last conversation I had. So that may speed up or slow things down. I'm not sure, but there was willingness to consider this. I'm certainly willing to continue to explore it politically, but I think having administration game it out further and having community leaders like we've heard from today continue to articulate the value of these options from a grassroots perspective. I think all that's very helpful to keep this in play. So I'm happy to support the motion.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor or Mayor Iveson. Yeah, and I think that it's a fair point in talking about community uplift, community revitalization, attracting more people into areas that we want to attract them into. This is a good tool. So I am going to support it as well. And if there's nothing else, we can vote.
Yes.
And we just need Mayor Iveson's vote.
I'm a yes.
And we have all the votes.
The fifth man. All right. Display the vote, please. And that is unanimous. Okay, so moving on to subsequents. Councillor Knack, if you want to make your subsequent, then I'll.
Sure. I have two, and I think I have to make them separately because one is a recommendation up to council. So I'll do that one first. And the motion would be that administration issue an expression, or that the Community and Public Services Committee recommend to council that administration issue an expression of interest to solicit potential interest for external partners interested in any combination of either financing, building, and or operating, maintaining any of the planned components of the Lewis Farms District Park and Recreation Facility, and return to committee with an analysis and evaluation of the submissions. And that'd be due date fourth quarter for the next council, 2021.
Okay.
Just brief, yeah, sure. Just briefly introducing it. So we obviously heard today there's one potential group that's interested in doing this. I think there might be others. Again, we haven't really done this in a long time. We all received the memo on Thursday that the Lewis Farms Recreation and District Park site would be shovel ready by the end of second quarter. We don't have the money to build it ourselves, obviously. We've had that discussion already. So I think it's worth us, though, going out and engaging anyone who's potentially interested in coming to the table for a different way of doing it. It's a site, and hopefully I don't need to repeat it all other than just very quickly, our recreation master plan does identify this as a site that's one of the next in line. That's why we've been doing all the work that we have been doing to at least get it to a stage where it would be shovel ready. And maybe nothing comes of it. And that's the whole point of an expression of interest, to see if there's anybody who wants to come to the table. If the answer is no, then the answer is no, and it'll be up to the next council to figure out what the right approach is. At the same time, if there is somebody interested in coming, I'd love to see those options, and I hope the next council could then consider that at the end of this. So that's why I'll put this forward. It will be sent up to council for their approval or not, but that's what I'm asking the committee for right now. Thank you.
Okay. And I don't see anyone with questions. So unless anyone wants to weigh in, talk about community solutions to community challenges? No? Okay. Let's vote then.
Yes.
We're missing 2 votes, Councillor Paquette and Mayor Iveson. Oh, and we have them all. Thank you.
Just watching that spinning wheel. And that is unanimous. Okay. And finally, I've got a subsequent as well.
Oh, and I still have a second one too, Councillor Paquette, whenever it's time.
Oh, what's that?
I still have a second.
Right. I forgot about that. Go ahead, Councillor Knack. Let's just finish that up.
Sure. So this one we can do as committee, and it would be that administration work with Active Communities Alberta, appropriate non-for-profit organizations, example Hockey Edmonton, Hockey Alberta, etc., and the Rosenthal Community League on the opportunity to build the proposed all-season outdoor recreation spaces and determine what is needed to advance this project at the current Lewis Farms Recreation Center site. And I'll introduce it. Obviously, we're about to have a motion on a completely different site, looking for innovative ways, looking to see if there's something to be done. We had a partner today who I know has engaged the local community league and other nonprofit groups, and would like to try and do something. And they feel they can do it quite quickly. I don't know if they can. And the other piece to the puzzle is if they can actually find all the money themselves, or if that would actually require something from the city, which is a whole different conversation. Nevertheless, this just allows administration to work with them and sort out those details and bring that back to council by the spring. Happy to take any questions.
And I'm seeing none. So unless you want to close,
no,
we can vote. All right, let's vote.
Yes.
And we're missing Mayor Iveson's.
It's submitting vote, it says, but yes.
Thank you. That's all the votes.
Okay, display the vote, please. And that is unanimous. Okay, and finally, I've got one, and that is that administration explore potential funding options and or strategies for the ARAS, Arterial Road Assessments, and PAC, Permanent Area Contributions requirements for the development of the proposed A1 indoor facility at 16420 26th Street, and a report back to committee. And I would assume that that would be executive committee or not. I'll let you make the appropriate choice there. And just to introduce it, you're already in conversations. This motion essentially just gives you whatever tools you would need to go forward a little bit more robustly with those conversations. And, we've gotten enormous amounts of shows of support from community leagues that they would love to see this facility go forward. And so what those funding strategies might be, I guess, are yet to be determined, but it could be any number of possibilities here in the tool bag. Up to and including maybe even front funding that and recouping that from development. And I don't know. I'm not actually going to presuppose how that would happen, but this is something the community would like. It solves one of our big problems in the Northeast, and in this host of innovative concepts that we're exploring, this is just yet another possibility. So that's it. That's the introduction.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. Just
Yep.
taking a second look at this motion, because it will be driving a report that will come back to a different committee. It will just need to be a recommendation up to council.
Okay, fair enough. Let's do that. I mean, it could always come back to this committee, but it may not be the appropriate one. Okay, so with that wording, any debate? Go ahead, Councillor Zadek.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing this forward. I think it's very important. From talking with the proponent, though, I got the impression that time is of the essence, and he's essentially ready to go if he gets a servicing strategy in place right away. So with this coming to council next week and then coming to a committee as a report possibly in 3 to 4 months, I personally think that this might prevent the project from going forward. And with the other discussions I had with him, he said that he has an offer from Sturgeon County that would service Edmontonians, I suppose, but to build this facility just outside of there. So I just wanted to flag that. And also this motion's fairly specific with the address and stuff included in there. And I don't know if that might actually limit some flexibility with how specific it is.
Oh, okay. If they want to change the address from where they're intending to build, that would be a surprise to me, but sure. But, fair point. I'm not sure how to accelerate the process. If anyone has any ideas on committee, that would be great, or from administration, but, we want to take the proper routes here. So I'm open to suggestion.
Yes, just to formalize that, I guess what's my time, I would ask that question exactly as the chair phrased it to the administration. From your understanding of what's needed, is this sufficient?
This application still has to go to a public hearing process, so there is adequate time within the 12-week period for us to respond to this motion. Even without this motion, we will continue to work with the applicant, as I indicated, to look at what's required, and I can, within the current toolbox that we have, and we will do that work regardless of if there's a motion or not. So I'm not sure if it's just a lot of resources to respond to the motion, even in itself, knowing that we are doing the work.
Yeah, and that was what my question, because I know you're already engaged with the proponent, and I didn't know if you actually maybe needed some legislative tools for this. So If you feel that this motion is actually impeding your progress, that would be extremely helpful to understand.
With or without this motion, we'll look at the current toolbox that we have. If council wants us to add new tools to the toolbox about how we front end infrastructure, I believe that was part of the conversation earlier this week at exec committee in terms of exploring options to unlock land.
Yep.
We'll be returning with with options for that motion, including policy alignment to the city plan for that motion. What this motion would do is just look at our current toolbox for ARA and PACs. If you want us to go look at something wider, I would say that it would be a different motion.
Okay, does that answer your question, Councillor Zadick?
Kind of, except it's comforting to know that we would be looking at this anyways, but with this site-specific location where it potentially relieves the city from building a similar type of rec center in the area, not that that was on our next to-do list, but we have someone that's interested coming forward and is just expressing some frustration with the process from what I understand, and is willing to build in Sturgeon County if this doesn't go through. So I want administration to have all the tools to help realize this proposal, knowing that it will still come to public hearing and the full process with council. But they're not asking for money from the city other than some help with servicing, and it sounds like some relaxation around the sanitary sewage, like a cistern. So if anything qualifies for sort of like a relaxation of our regular process, I think this project is that. And if there needs some special attention from this committee or council to bring that to fruition, then this would be the time to capture an emotion. Like, I just wouldn't want this meeting to adjourn and then realize that we could have made something that would have been helpful. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Zadick. Ms. McCabe, would it be simpler if we turn this into a memo?
I gave you a memo of our current toolbox. If Councillor Zadick wants us to look at funding this, because it is cash for upfront infrastructure, that is dollars from the city. And so if it is dollars that you want to put to this, it might be something that you suggest that we look at through a budget adjustment process through a service package would be the right word. This motion as it stands right now, we're not going to look at any other tools than the tools that we have in our current toolbox.
So I think that was the intent with the funding strategies. Explore that, but if it needs to be more specific as a potential budget adjustment for funding, we can definitely include that wording.
Not sure if Ms. Pearson's on the line, if she would suggest that this would be a service package. If you want the city to front end the infrastructure, that's a service package.
Well, so my issue, and I'll tell you why it's worded this way, is because I think asking for a funding package would be, in my opinion, premature before we understand how we would even do something like this and if it was even feasible.
I agree. At this point, we've had a pre-application meeting with the applicant on June 20th. We're exploring options to make sure that whatever happens at this site does not end up in inadequate water, sewer, and treatment at that site. There are other options besides the front ending of the full infrastructure, because I understand this facility is quite a ways out from the nearest services. So there are some other options for on-site services, but we just need to be careful. We've only just met with this applicant that we don't make decisions that end up in a large facility not having the adequate services that it needs to be running in a large indoor recreation facility.
Agreed. So I guess I would ask then how this motion might impede that and close the doors on those options rather than allowing us to expand those options and ensure that we are doing our due diligence here.
Ms. Padbury is here. She would suggest there's two options that we could look at if you would like.
Sure.
So I think,
frankly, I'm failing to. I think there's something in me that's not connecting with what might be the issue with this motion paired with what we want to see happen as a workflow. So go ahead.
So I think if you are looking to fund this, it would be a service package. If you're looking at kind of fronting the costs and then recovering back, there's a number of different options. So you could leave the motion a little bit more open-ended so we can look at all of them, including things like an LI, or local improvement.
Okay, and does this motion close the door to that?
I think what I'm seeing on my screen, we'd only be looking at these two tools.
Okay, now the reason for those tools being in the motion is because the communications we got back from administration is that those are the areas that needed addressing in order to move this forward. And is that not the case? And if not, then would certainly welcome some clarification on how to adequately word this motion so that we could do the work.
Mr. Chair, I wonder if it would be appropriate after funding strategies to say including but not limited to, if that would widen it enough for administration to look at other options.
Would that work?
I think that combined with this discussion would give us the understanding of what to bring back.
Make it so.
Just going to say that it'll require, it's not going to be a quick turnaround if we're going to have to open bylaws. Like these are, ARA is a bylaw and the PACs are bylaws, and they would require industry engagement if we were to open those bylaws. So we'll come back with that. We'll do the highest level of, this is what the steps we'd have to go through if council wishes to front end this infrastructure.
Yeah, and that's understood. I mean, I understand that the proponent has a timeline they'd like to fill, but this is the process of government. Frustrating as it is, we actually have to follow the rules and the laws. So that's where we're at. And the proponent has very clearly stated that he's got an enormous amount of allegiance to the north side, to the northeast specifically, and wants to see this here. So the risk of investment flight while we are actively working on solutions, my feeling and what I've heard from the proponent is extremely low. So unless anyone else has anything to add, and if this is amenable to administration for continuing the work, then I would suggest we move to a vote. Yep, go ahead, Councillor, or Mayor Iveson.
Well, just a question to Ms. McCabe. This has slight echoes of a conversation from a couple days ago about at executive committee about opportunities the city might have on the one hand to support projects moving ahead that are hitting a timing barrier, and it sounds like these are partially timing issues, but also that conversation was replete with the complexities and challenges of beginning to go down that road and the risks and exposures for the city. So that was going to be a few months of work to do that. How parallel is this to those set of issues, and is it captured potentially by that, or is it at cross purposes with that? Wouldn't mind your thoughts.
It depends on what the will of committee is. If the will of committee is for the city to fund this infrastructure, then it is a different exploration than the motion that was passed on Monday. Because the motion that was passed on Monday, the intention was that the city would be made whole through the cash flow process if any infrastructure was upfronted. My understanding from the applicant in this situation is that they want the city to pay for the infrastructure.
And if it's a nonprofit venture, we used to have a community facility partnership grant that might help with that sort of thing, but that program's gone. And if it's a different kind of partnership, then it's a little more complicated. But I mean, absent that, we don't really have a source of funds at this point to support community-initiated projects that I can think of. But maybe Ms. Pearson's got something tucked away somewhere. I don't know.
Sorry, Your Worship, I'm not sure I have anything tucked away with this, but it is, I echo Ms. McCabe's sentiments that this appears to be slightly different. Same intent of supporting this work, but a slightly different ask for the funding. So we could explore it, but it would involve things like an LI, as Ms. Padbury said, and some other things. I don't think you're right. We did deal with those grants to get to the zero, so there would have to be a discussion around that.
Well, that's the bind, because if it's not a timing thing, because it's one thing to bridge timing, which comes with risk, and that was the other conversation. But it's another thing to top up with resources that we don't have. So I guess the tension I'm feeling, to be honest, is how far do we go down this road if we don't have any source of funds to do this with, which, so, you know, laudable as the project is, we are constrained right now. And if the issue is the funding, and this is the mechanism discussion that you have to go through to identify throughput for funding, but then at the end of all that work, there's no funding, is it a good use of energy to do this? So I guess, and maybe that's a question that we can think about a little bit between now and this coming up at council next week, if whether there's another piece to this, or even an order of magnitude. And a sense of the business case around that. But yeah, I feel like I'm missing something at this point, but through no fault of anyone's, other than that I've been a bit distracted this afternoon. So apologies if that's if I suspect that's my error and contribution. So anyway, I'll leave it there. I'm happy to have this go up to council at this stage, but I've still got a few questions, and I'm a little bit nervous about just the general principle of opening up the ARAs or the PACs. I think that even for the most laudable of causes, if we start to bend on those, I'm concerned about the implications of that. Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. We always have pilots. Okay, Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you. So my understanding of the problem here is this, that the proponent is caught in a circular argument. And I understanding that there would be some due diligence around making sure that the utilities are right-sized for the facility involved. That schematically, they need a water pipe to the site, which is about $200,000, and they need a big buried tank in the ground temporarily until the rest of the sanitary sewer gets to that location. And my understanding is that they're being told that A, a cistern will not be considered, B, that means a pipe, and C, by the way, we want you to pay for a redesign of the pipe network before we proceed. And so the proponent is saying, well, I can't move this forward to an application where all of those things will be considered, because that is untenable from a cost perspective. And administration is saying, we can't answer your questions until you move forward with an application. So understanding that we're trying to not be a bank, going back to the conversation Monday, that we're not trying to give away money. We need a funding source, even in the interim, to have money move in and out if that's what we chose to do. There is a more pragmatic conversation here between this proponent and the city to see if there's a solution, to see if there's a solution set technically that we can then try to achieve financially. And so I think, and we have a proponent that, not to put words in their mouth, is saying, I do have a deal from another neighboring municipality that I can execute very quickly, because they have shown an interest and a willingness to have that very conversation and make this go. So he's essentially come to me, I think he's come to other councillors to say, what do I do? I can start building tomorrow in a site 1.5 miles west, but I want to build here. Is there a way to find a solution? So I think the question is there a way to find a solution?
Potentially, Councillor, and if it's Monday's motion in terms of the city looks at cash flow options, or if this is a different motion that the city looks at funding the upfronting of this infrastructure, potentially.
So what does the motion have to say to explore solutions? Can we explore solutions within a couple of weeks and or within a month and have an answer?
I go back to, is the will that the city funds this?
Well, I can phone someone at a consulting engineering company and figure out how big the cistern needs to be by Friday. That's not the question. The question is, are we willing to consider that? And if we're not, then we should tell this person that, without him going through an application.
I'm sure that my team would do that in terms of working with the applicant. And I've said a few times here, it's about making sure that we balance the long-term needs of the area that's currently developing versus the short-term needs of a facility and how that facility operates. We've got lots of examples in some of our industrial areas where we've made choices about servicing at the upfront component, and in the long run, it runs into issues. So happy to meet with the applicant myself. And look at if there's a creative servicing option here. But then it goes back to the applicant has been clear to us that if they have to upfront the servicing to the area, then they are looking to the city to pay for that. And I'm asking if you would like us to explore that through this motion.
And I guess, yeah, fair enough. My response to that would be, it depends on how much we're talking about and how much, and what the source of that would be. And we don't know that. So my time is up. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Anyone else? No, I don't see any. So I'll just close then. The intention here is not to strong arm in any way. That's why it was worded the way it was. That's why it's not a, just a bulldozing, requirement from council. The idea is to give latitude and freedom to sort of explore possibilities and potentialities. If it is not worded specifically the way that would allow for that, again, as I said, I'm extremely open to rephrasing, and I think we got to it with the including but not limited to. Again, I think what I'm hearing is that maybe on the planning side, there is some question of whether this facility fits into long-term plans. From the community desirability side, we're getting community leagues saying this is actually precisely what we want. And sometimes planning and community desires kind of like butt heads, and this may be one of those situations. So I think that absent a clear statement from planning about the issues that they might have had with this development, there was really no other way to proceed. and we did not receive hear that until this moment. And so it would be nice to have clarification on that as well. In the meantime, this motion does not actually say that we must do anything at all. And I think that the idea of opening up these things in bylaw is probably, I can see where that could be problematic. So my recommendation is that this is not meant to overhaul everything that we're doing in the city. It's meant to take a look at a specific case and see what we can do specifically. And the answer at the end of the day, maybe we can't do anything. And then the proponent must make a choice between investing or taking his investment elsewhere, is what it sounds like I'm hearing. But if we don't even take a look at it, if we just shut the door on this without even considering the possibility of maybe a pilot or getting creative and seeing if the developers in the area see this as maybe something that is going to make their developments more desirable, they may actually want to kick in a little early. So I don't know. And that's sort of what this motion is intended to explore. The fact that I have a lot of I don't knows as opposed to clear answers. So that's where I am on it. I did not, to be frank, see that this would be a controversial item. So if this passes, I would love to sit down with administration. Maybe we can just hammer this out a little bit more so we can get clarity. And then, because as it's worded, I don't think that this is actually forcing anything at this point. So to be able to just expand this so we can reach a good conclusion that makes sense policy-wise as well for the city, I think may be in order. So if no one else would like to speak, that is my close. And let's vote.
Yes.
Mayor Iveson, yours doesn't seem to be coming through again.
It got this far, but I can't press submit, so put me down as a yes.
Thank you. That's all the votes.
And that is unanimously recommended to council. Okay, I think that's it for the day. I will ask if there are any notices of motion without customary notice, because I don't think we have any motions pending. Not hearing any. We have no private reports either. And thank you, everyone. We are adjourned.